Yo, what up, everybody? Guys, how are you doing today? It's good to be here. How's everybody doing there? I see a couple of people joining us here right now. We have 9 people already in the chat room. But let me just say this, guys. If you're joining here right now, make sure you copy this link and share with somebody out there because the conversation that we're gonna have today it's very, very, very important. I hope everybody can hear me right now because I'm outside. I'm somewhere outside today. We've been having a little bit problem with electricity, so I had to come out. I'm in the cafe outside, working. Um, but it's all good. It's good to see everybody. I see all the comments that you guys are, commenting there. I see Frey Wood's channel. I got a shout out to this lady right here. All right, let me shout out to this lady right here. This channel, um, basically has been she has been sharing a lot of our live stream, like a lot of our live stream that we do all the time. She has been resharing it, and a lot of people have been, seeing it. So I want to appreciate you for being part of One Africa and to support what we are doing. So shout out to her, guys. I want to appreciate to everybody who is joining here. I see Sarah Kaseme. It's good to see you. I see Habesha. I see Kagoma. Aigo. I see Regmon Music. Everybody's joining here. This is amazing. Toiba. So do this. Do me a favor, right? Copy this link, share with somebody out there. Tell them that today we are gonna have an amazing conversation right here. All right. It's about Africa, and it's about Africa. If you guys remember yesterday, we're having a conversation about Mali, and kind of like to have a recap and update of what's going on in Mali. Oh my goodness! Even where I am right now, electricity is gone. What's going on? Oh my lord. Guys, you cannot believe this. It's dark. Yeah, electricity is just gone right now. And everybody's quiet. I don't know. What's gonna man, what's going on? Let me do this. So what happened here? All right. Okay, came back. Guys, what happened is yesterday we had extremely rain in the city that I'm living here right now. So I think it destroyed a lot of electricity foundations, and because of that, a lot of houses they don't have electricity for today. So it's quite a problem here. That's why I've been sitting here in the cafe for a long time. Almost the whole day I've been here. So shout out to everybody, guys. We love you. Um, yeah. So what I was saying about yesterday, we're having an amazing conversation, just getting to know what has been happening in um, Mali with someone from Mali. It was just an amazing conversation, and I remember the brain he gave a suggestion of us to come here to talk about what can we learn from Ethiopia. Ethiopia has been a role model for Africa for a very, very long time, and has been going through a lot of obstacles and difficulties in the recent years. And I think there's something very significant that we can all learn from that, right? We can all learn from that. We have seen everything that is happening, the normal movement, a lot of stuff that have been happening there that have been igniting the fire and the eagerness in Africans' hearts to actually do the same thing in other countries like Sudan, like different countries across Africa have been rising up and raising their voice, you know, and that is really beautiful. So there's something very significant that we all should learn from, and I think today we're gonna have people here coming out and just share with us what can we learn. And let me say this, guys: when you see this topic, what can we learn from Ethiopia? I'm not saying that Ethiopia is the special country more than any other country in Africa. That's not what I'm saying. But I see what is happening in Ethiopia. I see how much it impacts the world and Africa in general. And so there's something that we can all learn from that. Africa is a special continent. Every single country in Africa is special, whether it's Ethiopia or Mali or South Africa or Kenya or Sudan or Nigeria or Tanzania or Uganda or Botswana or Zambia or Mozambique or Ghana or Togo. All these countries are very special. Tunisia, Egypt, all these African countries are special and are very important. But there's something very significant. If you've been following closely to Ethiopia, I think you've been seeing Like almost every single day, there's a breaking news happening in Ethiopia. Every single day. And you have seen the fight that has been going on, between the Westerners and Ethiopia and this and that. So there's so many interesting things that we can all look at it and actually learn something from it. So I'm not gonna waste time. I'm just gonna welcome my brother, His Excellence, Ezra, to come here today and to open up with a word of prayer. And for me, guys, obviously I need to go back home after some time, so I'm not gonna be staying here for a while. I'll be heading back home, but I want to appreciate everybody there. I see the members, like African Agents of Change. Appreciate, man, for coming here. And you guys, if you want to join a membership, the link is down in the comment section all the way to the top. All right, you click that and it will lead you direct to joining membership. And also, if you want to become my patron as well, link I'll drop in the comment section as soon as possible for you guys to have. You can have access to it. All right. So yeah, copy this link, share with somebody. I've done my part. I shared with a lot of people. Please go ahead and do as well, because soon we are going to start and having conversation. So for those who are gonna come here on the live stream, that's beautiful. For those who cannot come, please just comment in the comment section. What do you think Africa can learn from Ethiopia? Because in my opinion, I think if all Africa arise and wake up and stand together, regardless of our religions, regardless of our color, regardless of our tribes and languages, coming together and stand for Africa, nobody's gonna look down on Africa, man, because we have the one of the smartest people in the world, man, Africans. I'm telling you, Africans. And it's just about time. It's just about time for Africa to wake up, to stand together, and to defend the dignity and the honor of Africa. And that's why we say one Africa. Yo, guys, okay. As we are still waiting for my brother to come here, I want to remind you guys the mission of One Africa. What is our mission? This is our mission, guys: to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. What we are doing here today, we are creating a bridge between Ethiopia and Africa, because what is happening in Ethiopia is significant to the entire continent of Africa, and there's something we can learn. There's something we can learn. And when we say what can we learn from Ethiopia, that means we can learn what to do, we can learn what not to do. It's both sides, guys. We have to learn from all the sides. There are good things, there are bad things, and we can always learn from all those, both sides. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend say that everything is perfect in Ethiopia. I'm not gonna say that. I'll be lying to you guys. Everybody struggles, and there's a lot of things that are going on, right? But we can all learn from what is going on right now in Ethiopia, because it's very significant to the rest of us. All right, guys. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. It's very important for you to subscribe, turn on notification button. You can follow us on social media. All these very important things that you can do to support what we're doing here. His Excellence Ezra, are you there? His Excellence, can you hear me? Hello? All right, I think His Excellence Ezra is still, taking his time to come up, but we'll be here in no time. So let me know. Do this to me. Do this for me. Let me know in the comment section, where are you joining from right now? Where you watching us from? And as we're waiting for brother, appreciate Gudiso Abega. He said, we're with you, brother Mika Chava. Continue. Yes, appreciate that, man. Appreciate. We ain't stopping. We ain't stopping now. This is just the beginning of so many more to come. So we're not stopping now. We keep pushing, keep fighting, we keep believing. Yes, that's what we keep doing. Um, Let me read a couple of your comments. I see Nairobi, Kenya, Mutola. Appreciate men Kenya in the house. Wandimu, I think you can stop now commenting that. I really appreciate for the love. I really appreciate it. just commenting one, it's enough. It's enough. Appreciate for the love, man. I know you're expressing love. Thank you so much. I love you guys too. Appreciate for that. So you're obviously watching from Ethiopia, as I can see. A proud Ethiopian right there. Oh, guys, let me share with you also the link for um for the link for the Patreon. If you guys want to join, I can go ahead, please, and do so. You're welcome, my brother. Matthew. All right, that's the link for the Patreon, and I know you can see the link for the membership as well. If you want, please go and join, because that will help and support the work we are doing right here. We cannot do this without you. All right, and we all join our hands together, to do this. And so prepare your points and write your points down. What do you think, you as an Ethiopian, you as an African, what do you think the rest of Africa can learn from the events and from the series of events that are happening in Ethiopia? Both sides, guys, regardless of good sides or bad sides, we can always learn from something. Whether it's good or bad, we can learn resilient when it comes to leadership, when it comes to people, when it comes to commitment, when it comes to determinations, when it comes to all these things. I think there's something we can learn. The oneness, the spirit, the patriotism, all those kind of spirit. There's so many beautiful things that we can all learn from that. All right, I guess I have my brother here. Ezra, I can see you here. Are you there? Hello, my brother. What's up, brother?
Good. How are you, His Excellency?
Man, I thought, I was wondering. I thought I thought Jesus Christ came back and took you and left me here. Man, I was
Yay,
like,
man. Now I was still copying some stuff. Hence, I had to kind of mute myself because I'm still copying something. That's why I had to oh, my name is being called. So,
yeah, man,
but yeah,
yeah.
man. Thank
I've been
you
calling you
very
for
much.
some time. You're
Yeah,
looking good.
man.
You look like you just came from. You look like you just took shower, right?
Yeah, man. I took a shower earlier,
Yeah,
and then so now I just copied. I was just copying the stuff. I have to.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's my brother right there, man. I'm very excited for today's topic, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited, and you're a pastor, so um, we are not gonna start this session without raising a word of prayer.
Yes. We can start with prayer. A very great show for tonight. I also can't wait to hear what everyone has to say. And we can start with prayer. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. Hey man, sorry guys, my shirt is kind of you know. But yeah, we can start with prayer and just pray for Ethiopia and the continent at large. And yeah, we can start with prayer. Welcome. Good to be here. Ah, thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you that we can come together as brothers and sisters to discuss different matters, to talk about the land, the beautiful land of Ethiopia. We pray, Father, as we are coming to learn tonight about the land of Ethiopia and lessons learned from Ethiopia, that we'll all be empowered, we'll all be enlightened, and we'll be able to take and make proper decisions going forward. In Jesus' mighty name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Wow, His Excellency, great being here.
Mm.
Thank you very much for being here. And I know where you are. It's It's a nice place as
Yeah.
well. Looking at the background.
Oh man, I wish this was my couch. Feels
Yeah,
comfortable here, man. Oh, tell you, it feels comfortable. They have good food, nice couch. I think there's something we can learn from this place.
mm. Now the coffee project, the Swahili Nation coffee project. I'm sure
Oh
you're taking
man,
notes. Eh? You're taking notes right there. The cafe.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Man.
You're taking
The
notes.
reason why I'm coming here, I'm always here and I'm just checking out. I'm like, all right, this is how mine is gonna be. I'm looking at the weaknesses, I'm looking at the strength, and I'm like, I gotta raise my game.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. You know, they say sometimes,
Hmm.
though, when you see others who are ahead of you, learn from them so that when you start, at least you've got a reference point to say, okay, I've learned from this one. They're doing this. I don't. I'll not add this. I'll add this to my project and stuff. So
Yeah,
it's part of learning. You know, learning comes in many forms. As you travel and see other places like that, there's inspiration that you draw from such places as well. So,
definite, definite.
So I can't wait for tonight. The topic for tonight, very interesting one. His Excellency, I must say, and I can't wait to learn and be taught a lot from uh, Africans in general and Ethiopians, to be more specific, and the lessons they have learned during this period and during this past year and in this beginning of this year. I know they've already had a Christmas as well, and so as they're starting a new season, a new chapter, and there's a lot that they can share with the continent, things that we as a continent should not even do when we are faced with the challenges they've already encountered before, you know.
Mm.
So I see our the voice is also here. He's just joined us. The voice, the
Um,
chief.
if, can I can I shout to members a little bit before we bring
Oh
in
yeah, 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 yeah,
um,
yeah, 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 yeah.
the chief? All right, this is beautiful. Let me shout to the members. Um, so I want to appreciate all the members who are supporting Swahili Nation in One Africa. We appreciate you guys. These are the names of the members that we have. The last member joined 2 days ago. So I think we need new members today. Uh, our Africa Agents of Change. We have a lot of members here. So 2 days ago was the last day that we had a new member. We have some people here joined 2 months, in a row. We have, yeah, a lot of people here. I see even Big E. Oh my goodness, this guy is the second. Is this? Yeah, 2 months. It's not something small. It's 2 months in a row. It means a lot. So you guys, you can come and join as well. And I will show you how can you join, just in case if you wanna support the membership program. You can join any category you want. All right, we have like 5 different categories here. We have DC, we have siblings, we have senior siblings, we have S&P, and different and different offers here: 2.99, 5.99, 29.99, 49.99, 99.99. You can choose whatever works for you, to support. But also you can subscribe, you can share this page, you can like. That's what I can ask you guys. Please like this video, because the more you like this video, like the YouTube algorithm is gonna be showing this video a lot. It's gonna be suggesting this video to people. That's why it's very important for you guys to actually like this video. If you haven't subscribed, do so. If you have already subscribed, just like this video, like as many times as you can, so that it may go out there. The more you like, the more it's gonna be, shared again and again and again on different timelines of YouTube. So please do so. And in that spirit, I want to appreciate Ghost. Ghost just gave a super chat. I appreciate for your constant and unwavering support that you always do. God bless you. I know it took a lot of courage and uh, also a heart to do what you just did. All right, it took a heart. So I want to appreciate you for your generosity. It means a lot. Appreciate Ghost. Yeah, I think from my side, that's pretty much. I just wanted to give gratitude, to give my gratitude to all the supporters there. We're about to hit 197. So let's say today, before we finish this, let's hit 197,000. All right, let's hit that, and we can start with those 32 people in here who haven't subscribed yet.
Hmm. Hmm. So, guys, if you've just joined us, please subscribe. Let's reach 197 K tonight, 197,000 subscribers. We only need 67 subscribers tonight only, and we are already on 197. So, please, family, do that. Subscribe, turn on the notification icon, share and like. And like, if you are already a subscriber, a member, don't forget to like, because sometimes as a member you just come in and you already just want to comment. Just before you comment, you go and just say, "Oh, let me like this. I know this is my favorite show. This is my favorite space to be." You like and you listen and you contribute. That it really plays a big role, and it helps us to grow, and we are growing together. It's a family. You are a family. Once you like and subscribe, you're part of this family, and you're helping the growth of the family. So yes, His Excellency. It's always a good ghost. I also want to appreciate him. I see him a lot. He's always there. Even African Agents of Change is also a family. That's why he even greets like a family. He's also a member. So Agents of Change, thank you for family. He knows that he's family. That's why he says hello family. He's also a
And
member.
thank you for being the agents of change.
Exactly. So His Excellency, what a show. What do you think of the show
Mm.
for tonight? What do you think of the topic at hand from your side?
Today,
Yes.
man, I'm very excited, and I shared a little bit at the beginning. That we can always learn from one another, and I mentioned that having this session, it doesn't mean that Ethiopia is the most important country in Africa. No, all countries in Africa matters, and all countries in Africa are special, and we are all very special people. Ethiopians, Somalis, South Africans, you know, Tanzanians, every single one of us. So it's very important for us to remember that as we're having this conversation. It's very important for us to be proud of who we are as an African, and to keep that in our mind. And talking about learning, what can we learn? It's not just about good things, but also bad things. What can we learn from that? So the topic of today, it will, we're not gonna sit here and, you know, 2022. We say we're gonna be brutally honest with one another. So we need to be honest with one another. And Ethiopia has been a role model for African countries for a long time. There are things that Africa is looking after, is learning in a positive way. Um, and there are things that we you also see that are happening, and also you're learning that, oh, I think, for another time, I think this is not the way we should take. I think we should take another way. So we can learn from both, from both sides. But what is happening in Ethiopia, what has been happening there, is very significant for the entire continent of Africa, because it's crazy, what has been happening there. And every single day there's something new that is happening, which is exciting at the same time. That's why I feel like in Africa we have to learn something from that. There's something to learn. Yeah, so I'm really excited to hear
Yeah.
different opinions today.
I also can't wait. And just before you acknowledge the members, I saw the chief, the voice joined us, and I would love to maybe just hear his voice. Let him bless us with his beautiful voice and
Gifted voice.
yeah, the gifted voice, the chief.
He has a gifted wife too.
Thank you,
Yay!
thank you. Hey, my fellow African brothers and sisters, I want to wish you a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And Ezra, I think we're gonna go to another morning again. So get ready. The shirt has been changed. You're fully ready for it today. And Mika and everybody else that joined, and Mika for making this possible. Uh, the more we talk, the more we do things, we become family. We the commentators are immediate family. Even though they don't want to come to the panel yet, but we are encouraging them. The more they hear from us, the more we encourage them to join us to come up with the ideas, because we're not the only one here that can talk about topics, but a lot of you that joins and make your voice heard and doing things. This is a great platform. I mean, everybody knows each other, and you can see complimenting each other. Hey, thank you for being friends and all that. I mean, we get to know each other, and the more we know each other, we know our weak points, we know our strongest point, and we can share that where we can be very strong community. This I see it as family, and very dear family for me. We've been speaking on this platform for a month, almost going third month, and we see great people coming in here, discussing and joining conversation. It's a blessing. We are truly blessed that having Mika in here and giving us the opportunity. Whatever Xavier is blessing you with, again, let him bless you more, and we'll stand together. It's a beginning, and this beginning, we're starting it with an action-packed year, and it start with learning what we learned in the past and how to improve to the future. And each leaders in the African nations have their own example, and I want to bring them in, just like we're talking about Ethiopia right now. It's about Ethiopia and what we could learn about it. But like you said, all nations are important. All nation. Right now, the Ethiopian position is on a pivot time where we're going to be showing more gratitude to all our African brothers and sisters, let alone within our own country as Ethiopian unite. And this unity is always going to be tested. It always going to has challenges, but be patient. Things when change comes, the first thing we do is give it time, let it sink, be patient. Do not just take off and be in the opposite suddenly, and then you're going to be supporting. This is a yo-yo, so let's not play the yo-yo, and let's understand it. Let's hear the voice from the ground, not from the media. You got all kind of crazy media that's going to give you false information, but at the same time, our community here, when it comes to Ethiopia, we got a lot of people on the ground. So we got a lot of people that can voice themselves, non-biased, and on what's happening. So we welcome those that's going to be giving us a chance to go forward of unifying Africa. We'll learn from one another. What did we miss? Did we mess up something? Let's fix it and look forward. And then what I say in addition is the youth is the most important body of this unity. We as a seniors, we encourage you to get involved. We want you to get engaged on when it comes to African matters, because that's your future. You're the one that's going to be establishing this future and make it better for everybody else. So participate, engage. Do not be negative. First, you hear it, try to understand it, read about it, and let's make intellectual decisions. Let's make it not just by feeling, by getting mad, or by being really excited, but let's cool ourselves. Let's understand any day anything happens, there's always something we're going to learn about and share and move with this understanding that every brother and sisters that you see in Africa, if you raise arm against it, think twice. You are going against your brother just because he's got a different opinion. That is no. We don't want to be enticing violence. We want peaceful resolutions and how we can sit down and discuss our issues and solve our issues. Like they said, be civilized. No, Africa been civilized a long time ago. It's just a lot of forces are interfering and dismantling it because most of the African countries had a very sound way of properly, respectfully lead one another. And at the same time, there's flaws. Those flaws are getting corrected. So be patient whenever something happened. Let's not jump. I know sometimes it's we're human. We have this uncontrollable feeling, and we feel it so dearly. We forget that there are other brothers and sisters also that are going to be involved on what you're going to be saying. So that means one word that you're going to say can influence 300,000 people, up to 1 million people that they're probably just going to be on your side. But again, when you start realizing it that you're wrong, now you got to bring back those 1 million people. But it gets too late because those million already dispersed this disinformation and which is not true. And now we're going to have to collectively bring our brothers and sisters to the table and say, hey, listen, that was false, and this is what happened. Okay, so let's think before we talk. Let's think over things. I know there's a lot of emotional things. Well, we're going to have to suppress sometimes to be in control. So we'll make some sound decision and smart decision. We need to build Africa, not destroy Africa. We want to build upon what we have, use all the tools, knowledge, experts, and all the love that comes throughout this whole continent. Oh, my Lord. I've noticed that Africans love the continent, no matter what, we didn't have this kind of platform. We're going from Sudan, we're going from Ethiopia, from Somalia, we're going to Mali now, we got Burkina Faso. I mean, we conversating and it doesn't have borders. You ever notice we don't have borders when we talk about these things? So we're subliminally eliminating our borders. We are concerned about our African brothers and sisters. And this, my brother, it is power. Our unity is power. Let's support each other. Again, I remind everybody, criticize the idea, but not the person. Because that person is not limited to just that little idea. He's got a probably greater idea that's going to move us forward. So again, I want to remind my brothers and sisters, do not criticize the person again. Sometimes we joke around, we say things and it has to be identified as joke, because we're human. We got to laugh. We're going to have a good time because I want it to be fun. I don't want to be a miserable put in a panel. And like you see, everybody knows us, as a family. When we talk on the panel after hours, after we finished or whatever we're talking, and suddenly it strikes back again to another conversation, which is serious again. So that really is what I have to say for today. And about Mother Ethiopia, mother of all, and she fought the African within the OAU to get to decolonize all African countries from the colonials. Put a lot of thought. Haile Selassie did a lot of fight to it. A lot of the African nation leaders collaborated in order to bring this freedom and to have a successful vision for Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie said, I'm going to free up Africa. And he surely did. He surely put all the things that he can put together. In fact, when two nations have a fight, he used to call them into Addis Ababa and said, hey, forgive each other. Make peace now. And he blesses them. They go on their way, merry way, and they're happy. There's a lot of examples. And Kenya president already said it. This is the mother of Africa. And if the mother is crying, the children will be in distress. So let's protect Ethiopia because she's really in a move, unprecedented move right now toward peace and love, unity, and now to overflow to the Pan-Africanism and the unity to excel a lot faster than we have because we got a young leader. This young leader need to be supported. I mean, everybody's have their own opinions, their own ways of looking at him. Let's reason on how much he accomplished from 2018 to 2022. We talking about sometimes about Abiy, Dr. Abiy, the prime minister, like he was there for 10 years. And people get excited. No, this guy, he made his way out there. And we're going to go over his biography one by one. So people should understand where he comes from. And a lot of people might not know where he comes from. So we'll start with his biography, and we're going to go over on his accomplishment and what's going to benefit the whole Africa and how we can support him as one Africa to help Dr. Abiy to be very strong on this coming meetings. They're going to listen to this. They will have people that they will be seeing this. So let's make the best today. Let's all come up with the idea of bringing a learning curve from what happened in Ethiopia to now. And we'll have more panel people that join us. And please, from the commentators that are participating, please participate in our conversation today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mika.
Yeah, I appreciate so much the chief. And I think in that spirit, the chief, there's something that I wanna suggest or I wanna emphasize again. You said it very well, to go through the biography to get to know the leader and everything. One thing that has been coming to me recently is us as One Africa, we have to support our government. We are not a government organization. We are not gonna be used by the government, but we cannot work against the government of our countries, right? We are here to help them to make the best decisions. We're here to help them to get to know what African people feels, what the ordinary people in the country feels. We're here to help them, to advise them, to share, to raise our voice, to talk to them. So that's what we're gonna do. And the question is, what can we learn from Ethiopia as an African country? So in this case, as we are having this discussion today, I want us to be brutally honest. I want you guys, as you come here and you share, I want us to be brutally honest. Even if we talk about strength, we talk about weaknesses, we can still learn from the strength and weaknesses as well. Because the reason why we are talking about it is not to just criticize for nothing, or it's not just to say that this is bad or that is bad. No, but the reason why we're having this honest conversation, so as we may learn from them, or so as we may raise our voice and advise, because you never know who is watching right now. Maybe they're watching right now. Maybe our governments or our leaders are watching what is going on, because if you want to make a move towards your people, you really have to know what your people are thinking about, right? So sometimes I wanna believe that sometimes there are people here who are watching us. There are spies here who are watching us and see what we are talking about. So I want us to be very honest with ourselves. I want us to think about how can we support the rest of Africa? How can we continue to be stronger and stronger and not going down? How can we make progress? And that's why we say, what can we learn from this? So I want us to try to touch all the angles in the spirit of supporting the good work that our leaders are trying to do, are trying to initiate in our countries, as well. Giving, if there's a critic, then we have to give it the solution. What do we think? What do you think this should be done? If we do in this way, then I think other people who are looking at us, they will learn A, B, C, D from us. But if we go this direction, I think we're not going to strengthening our people, but we're weakening our people and things like that. So I think that's what we can focus on. And again, Biggie, I want to tell you that in this 100 days of action, 100 days of action, I was talking with Ezra area that I think we're going to need to have at least one day one day that we're gonna do 24 hours live stream. All right, that's one of the goal I think we have to set for
That's
ourselves.
incredible. Yep, that would be incredible.
because because imagine all the people that we are there in that WhatsApp group. Each and every single one of us can have like 2 hours session or 3 hour session. If each one of us do that, we can try for the first time and see how it goes. We can actually go 24/7 live at 24 hours live in these
Absolutely.
100 days of actions.
And this is exactly what I was talking about, that we creating leaders. We have leaders in our subscribers that they can take a 2 hours, 1 hour, whatever the time, with a focused topic, and run the show, because we getting to know each other. We know who's out there. Non-biased discussion, truthful, brutally honest discussions. Again, respecting one another as individuals. And if you want to criticize the idea, go ahead, because it's good. It's a good conversation. That's how we're going to be growing. This is how we're going to, for me, one of the mission that I want is to tell all African brothers and sisters, do not raise your hand on another African brother and sisters. If you raise that hand, show me your reason. Are you emotional? Justifiable? No. You never raise your hand or arm later on against your African brothers and sisters. You might call me naive, but put that in your mind. Everybody put that in your mind, that do not raise your hand to strike another African brother or sisters. Let's start with the basics. When I raise arm against my other African brothers and sisters, there's a problem. Definitely there's a problem. Just think about it. God created us equally, and He's destroying another God creature. And then you're going to say, oh my God, what happened to this flood? This drought came in and everything. Guess what? You're eliminating your own brothers and sisters for your own reason. Is it what the man is saying? Because he says something that builds, you're going to strike him? No. This is where the conversation starts. So my first dream is, all African brothers and sisters, if you're raising your arm, your hand to strike another African brother or African sisters, I'm talking about also very, very deeply husbands, boyfriends, males abusing our sisters.
Oh yeah.
Think twice. Think twice.
I love
This
that.
is happening everywhere in the globe. But I'll tell that to my African brothers, please do not hit the mother. She's if she's your wife, if she's the future mother. She's your girlfriend, she's the future mother. Possibility. Okay? So do not strike our sisters to begin with. And overall, brothers or sisters, do not raise your hand against another African brother and sisters that you live with. Because in order to strike
If you know,
somebody right here, that's what I
if
want
you
to
know how
see.
you fight, I mean, if you want to fight, go and fight with another man. Why do you fight?
Yeah.
Go and fight with another man. Yeah.
We'll create a ring for that.
I don't understand. You see a man trying to show that I'm a man of this house, and then you hit your wife or you hit your girl. That's ridiculous. Go and fight with another man. Yeah, see, you're gonna come back home naked.
I think this a conversation works because it starts with us, with all of us here on this panel, on this YouTube. I'm not accusing anybody, but at least if they know somebody, they can put the word to it. They can make a stop. They can conversate, and we'll have people that are really expert into domestic relationships, how to better the men understand the women, because like they say, we're from Mars, males are from Mars, women are from Venus. So it's a very sensitive discussion also, the equality, and we're born equal, and created equal. And so that means, you know, we have, just like Adam and Eve, respect one another. That's how it starts. So that's one thing that I really want to push within these 100 days, having some qualified people that can talk about, you know, this, the psychological effect on what it does on the people that been beating up, the one that's been shown force. So that'll help us to identify for the rest of Africa on how we can deal with this kind of matters. If we deal with those things, believe me, now we start talking. Now we start conversating, and we're going to have a very powerful Africa.
Indeed, Biggie, you've really discussed something that is a practical thing for African families. What you talked about, it's also family structure, how we should be building our families, and making sure that we build instead of destroy, and we do not harm. As you mentioned, the issue of abuse, and how we should be treating our women, and even just women in general, not just those who are in our lives, but in general, we need to be reaching out to them and also empowering them. As we know that in Africa, women are still the backbone of many homes. So many homes are held by mothers, and that's something that we should also be uh, talking about, or even promoting African families and African women in general. So, but what can we learn from as Africans from Ethiopia? From my side, what can I learn, or what have I been learning about the mother country, Ethiopia? Is that resilience, and that togetherness. When a country can come together for the common cause, anything is achievable. When a country is under siege, a country that unites itself, it always comes down to prayer. And we've seen last year what happened. The country came together, the nation came together, and the nation was restored. Order, law and order was restored in the country, and we are learning so much, especially what you said about also Dr. Abi being a young leader, and only came 2018. I mean, it's really not long, and so many challenges that he had to face. I mean, COVID came, besides the internal issues and external issues that he had to face, or that he's still currently facing. It's something that we should admire, the resilience, and to stand on an idea or ideology, to say, as a country, this is what we stand for, and this is a decision that we'll make as a country, instead of allowing just any external voices to determine your fate or your country's sovereignty. So that's just something that I've learned, especially late last year, and even the normal movement. As we talked about unity, that Ethiopians from all across the world, I mean, America, Biggie, you became our field reporter there in the States, and it was great. Chala, Prof. Ezra, how a united front, a united people, regardless of their differences, different ethnicities, they can come together to support their nation and make sure that their mother country, their mother a nation of Africa is retained and comes out strong. So that's something that I've been learning, and I'm sure there's a lot that even the people of Ethiopia on the ground can come and share with us what we should not do as Africans, what we need to look out for, and things that can make our nations also strong, and how we can unite our own countries. That's just my take so far, that I've learned so far about Ethiopia, which also ties to our to the Swahili nation's mission about unity in love. Action. The land of Ethiopia showed us action where the whole nation can really gather together and defend their motherland, and defend the country. Thank you. That's just my point so far. I don't know if there's something you want to add, His Excellency.
Oh, no, no, no. You said it all. You said it all. I think it will be the time to start hearing from others about the topic we're talking about today. And I think it will be important if His Excellency can give minutes before someone starts sharing, so that we may have as many people as we can to raise their voices about today's topic.
Okay, thank you very much, His Excellency. I think we have already some people that have joined us. We already have Deborah in the house, the sister who stand for Africa and who represents the ladies. And we also have Askanesh. Oh, two ladies, I think, tonight so far. And but I would love His Excellency to start with Deborah since she's been waiting. And I'll give Deborah at least 5 minutes just to teach us something that we as other Africans can learn from Ethiopia, and things not that we should not do as well. We want to learn both the negative and the good, so that we don't repeat the same mistakes that you have done, and that we can also do some self introspection. So, our sister Deborah, just your opening statements. What can we learn from Ethiopia, from the land of Ethiopia? If you can just spend 5 minutes just to explain for us about the history and yeah.
Let me remind also, if you have a phone or a watch, I think it will be important to also like be faithful with the time. So His Excellency is giving us 5 minutes. So if you have your phone or anything, just try to manage within those 5 minutes. And if you need to talk again, maybe you can talk later after other people share. So let's try to keep that and to be faithful with that.
Thank you, His Excellency. Deborah, the floor is yours. Hello, Deborah. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Welcome, Deborah. You've got 5 minutes to just give us your opening statement, things to learn, and the things that you should be learning from the land of Ethiopia, the mother of Africa. And just before you talk, Biggie, Tenzin was teaching us how to translate, so take notes.
Tenzin is there, so I gotta watch
He's there
him.
somewhere. So I think I saw him earlier.
Yeah,
He's
on
there.
the comment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deborah, how are you today? Dananishray. So I'll be translating again. So give me some time to translate, okay? So our audience don't get stranded out there. I know a lot of Ethiopians out there. They hear it. So, and again, thank you so much, Deborah. Deborah, Amarinya is not her first language. It's Oromo, and she's trying the best she can describing it in Amarinya. She's quite eloquent on explaining it. So go ahead, Deborah. እንግዲህ ንገሪን አሁን ከኢትዮጵያ ላሉን ነገሮች ላይ ምን የምንማረው ነገር አለ? ምንስ መጥፎም ነገርም ይሁን ጥሩም ነገርም ይሁን የምትናገሪው ነገር ካለ?
አፍሪካ ኢትዮጵያ በኢትዮጵያ የምትማረው
ከኢትዮጵያ የምንማረው አሁን ባለው በዶክተር አብይ ላይ ያለውን ምንድን ነው የምንማረው? ምንስ እያስተማረን ያለው?
ኦኬ አሁን ቅድማ ግን በብዙ የሚማረው ለምሳሌ እኛ በፊት ጀምሮ እስካሁን አንድነት አለን። ልዩነት ውስጥ አለ። ለምሳሌ ከፖለቲካ አለን፣ ግን ልዩነታችን በውጭ የሚጠቁን ከመጡ ልዩነታችን ይቀራል። አንድ ላይ እንቆማለን። 1996 አድዋ ማለት ነው። አድዋ ጊዜም ልዩነት አለ፣ የፖለቲካ እንትን አለ። ግን እዛ ጊዜ ጣሊያን የመጣች ጊዜ ልዩነታችን አስቆመን አንድ ላይ ፋይት አደረገናል። ስለዚህ አፍሪካ አንድነት እኛ የምትማረው እኛ ልዩነታችን በውስጥ ልዩነትም ቢሆን በውጭ ሊጠቁን የሚመጡ አንድ ላይ ቆመን ነው የምንከለክለን። አንድ ሁለተኛ ደግሞ
እሺ ቆይ ይሄን ትራንስሌት አድርገው። እሺ they were saying, Ethiopians are always unified, and they're always united. But again, we got outside influences that really interfere in our affairs. And she gave the example of the 1876 about the Adwa, through the Adwa War, when it shows that all the people came together in order to fight the Italians. So she's putting a point, one, that regardless of what's happening, we're united, and we can show that regardless what happened in the country, that we still stand united. Now she's going to go on a second. Okay.
Biggie, hi everyone. Just one dimension she mentioned that I just want to make sure is heard, is that we have divisions, but despite divisions, we always find moments to find unity. Whenever it comes to our national sovereignty, we always together. And the example of 1896, okay, the date is 1896 Adwa, is where we showed that we come together. But it's not because we don't have divisions, but because when it comes to our in the country, divisions are put aside. I just wanted to add that a little bit. Not to improve your translation, but just to add that.
There you go.
ኦኬ ሁለተኛ ደግሞ እብዙ እንትን አገራቸው መውደድ እኛ አገራቸው ስለወደደ ነው። አሁንም የአሁኑ ቲፒኤልኤም እኮ ብዙ ጫና አለ። ለምሳሌ ለአጎዋ አሜሪካ አስፈራራች ነበረ። እኛ ደግሞ አጎዋ ባርነት ነው እንጂ አድዋ ግን ነፃነት ነው። እኛ የሚፈለግን ንጹህ ሀገር ነው እንጂ ባርነት አንፈልግም ብለን ነው ሁሉ ጫና ሸክመን አንድ ላይ የቆመን። ስለዚህ አንድነት ሁሌ እኛ አገራችን ስለሚወድን ነው አፍሪካ የሚወድን። እኛ አፍሪካን በጣም እንወዳለን። አንድ ዜጋ አገሩ ከወደደ እግሩን እንትን ይወዳል። ለምሳሌ እኛ ኢትዮጵያ ስለወደድ ነው አፍሪካ የሚወደን። ስለዚህ ዜጎች በጣም አገራቸው መወደድ አገራቸው ከወደዱ በእንትኑ አፍሪካን ይወዳሉ። ስለዚህ አንድነት መተጋገዝ፣ ለምሳሌ እኛ በጣም ነው የምተጋገዘን። ልዩነታችን በውጭ ጫና ከመጣ ልዩነታችን አስቀምጠን ነው አንድ ላይ የሚቆመን። ስለዚህ ለኢትዮጵያ አፍሪካ የሚተማረው ለእኛ አንድነትና አገራችን መውደድ እና እምነት። ለምሳሌ እኔ የምኖረው ሀገር አሁን በእምነት ነው ፖለቲካቸው። ለምሳሌ ሙስሊም እና ክርስቲያን ምናምን ይላሉ። እኛ ሀገር ፕሮቴስታንት አለ፣ ሙስሊም አለ፣ ኦርቶዶክስ አለ፣ እኔ ዋቂፈታ አለ። እኛ እነዚህ አንድ ላይ እንቆማለን፣ አንድ ላይ እንተኛለን፣ አንድ ላይ እንበላለን። በእምነት ችግር የለንም፣ እኛ እንተጋገዝ። ስለዚህ በተለይ ሶስቱ ላይ በእምነት መለያየት ማቆም፣ አገራቸውን በጣም መወደድ፣ ሶስተኛ በውጭ
ሁለተኛው
ጫና
ጨርስ።
ቢወጣ
ሁለተኛው ትራንስሌት ያድርገው። ቆይ ይቅርታ።
Translate አድርገው። Go ahead, Ezra.
No, I think so. What the second point that she made that I really love is that the lesson that Africans could learn from Ethiopia is that we Ethiopians love our country dearly. The first is we are united despite divisions when it comes to our nation. The second lesson is loving our country. But the interesting thing that she linked is that loving is because we love Ethiopia so much that we love Africa. I think that's a very interesting point. That she made the connection between the way Ethiopians love their country can be linked to the way and the extent of the love that they show for Africa. Africans,
Yes.
Ethiopians generally have that ability, that sensibility of loving their country and the love for their country. So she's saying that other African countries should also love their country dearly. Not come united, the first point, but the second point is love. If you are Rwandan, love your Rwanda as much as anything you can love. If you are Tanzanian, love your country like as much as possible. Love it to the maximum possible. And the more you love your country, the more you love Africa. That's the second point that she made. I don't know if Biggie, did I do a good job?
No, you did a good job. You're right at the point because sometimes, like I said, when trying to translate Deborah's translation, she's very passionate, and that passion really skew you. It puts you on a situation how to translate it properly. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because there's emotion in it.
እና
Yes,
በጥቅም ለምሳሌ በጥቅም ላይ አሁን አሜሪካ እንትኑን ሊያስፈራረን መጣች። እንደ ሌላ ሀገር መስለ ለአጎዋ ሊያስፈራረት መጣች። ግን እኛ ደግሞ አጎዋ ባርነት ነው እንጂ አገራችንን መወከል አይደለም ብላ ነው እንዲህ ያለች። ሁሌ ብዙ ሀገር የምታስፈራራ
ቅድም አጓን ትራንስሌት አላደረግነውም። There's a background noise. For some reason, I didn't hear. She's mentioning about agua. It's another form of to enslave you. Something that you're going to depend on them. So go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Deborah.
እና እኛ ሀገራችን ከወደደን ብቻ ነው አገራችን የሚወደን። ስለዚህ ኢትዮጵያ ብቻ አይደለም፣ እኔ ሁሉም ይወዳሉ። አፍሪካ በጣም ነው የሚወድ። ለምሳሌ እኛ እኮ ከነቀን አፍሪካ በባርነት ለምሳሌ አንድ ሀገር እኮ እምቢ ካለች ሌላ ደግሞ እጅ ከሰጠ አይሆንም። ስለዚህ እኛ አንድ ላይ እንቁምና እኛ እምቢነታችን አለን እና ለማንም ባርነት ለማንም እጅ አንሰጥም። ስለዚህ ሌሎች አፍሪካኑን መማር አለባቸው። ዝም ብሎ ለቀኝ ግዞች እጅ እንዳሰጡ ነው እና ጨርስ።
Thank you.
አመሰግናለሁ።
በጣም ጥሩ ነው የተናገርሽው። She mentioned about agua. Agua is another form of dependence, or put it, I said it almost like another way of tits for tats kind of thing. We're doing this for you, and if not, we're just going to take you out from agua, and all that is more to be enslaved to it, to oppress us. And we said no. She said no. Ethiopia showed over and over to the enemy from the outside that comes in. She said no, we're not going to kneel down. We're going to keep on unifying ourselves, and we're going to keep on fighting, because we're not going to go through slavery on something that that we don't accept. Because we have our own right to be unified and love. She said she loved Ethiopia and she loved Africa. She has no difference to it.
ይቅርታ አንድ ደቂቃ እንትን አለ እንትን ለምሳሌ መንግስት አለ አይደል? የኛ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ለውጮች ስለሚሰራ ነው እኛ አንድ ላይ ቆመን አባረረን። አብይ ጋር እየቆመን ደግሞ ለሀገሩ ስለሚሰራ ነው። ስለዚህ ሌላ ዜጎች አፍሪካኖች ለህዝብ የሚሰራ አብሮ መቆም፣ ለህዝብ የሚያሰራ ደግሞ ለምዕራቦቹ ዝም ብሎ በብር የሚገዛ ማባረር ነው።
Ezra, I want you to try. I know
Yes.
you've been putting a lot of point on this, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think like Deborah, you make an incredible point here. which is one of the lessons that Africa should learn, is how to distinguish leaders who serve you and leaders who are selling you. And I think she also mentioned AGOA. AGOA, any relationship with AGOA, I'm not translating, I'm paraphrasing because Biggie has translated it. But AGOA, to what extent do you sell your country for trinkets? For something like AGOA, how much would you, in return for AGOA, what do you give up? If you are being asked to give up your sovereignty means the ability to make judgment and decisions on the affairs of your country and hand it over to European powers or American powers or Chinese or any other foreign power is that too much to say? So you have to stop. So you have to stand up to that. And then if you have leaders who are out there, in Africa that are selling your country for trinkets, selling your sovereignty, selling your dignity, selling your unity in exchange for some kind of little money, little something that they pocket for themselves, you should stand up, you should root them out. And she's saying that the reason we have problem with TPLF ruling system, it was selling Ethiopia's interest to a bidder that was just serving them, not serving the country, but serving them. And the reason we stand with Abiy is because she's making the case that is because Abiy is standing up to standing up to these powers and standing for the protection and the preservation of Ethiopia's unity, Ethiopia's sovereignty, Ethiopia's integrity, and that's why we're standing with Abiy. I think that's what essentially. I think it's a very important point that she made here. I don't know if Biggie
no, you just put it to the point because you really express on her passion, her
yes,
and you made it very clear.
yes.
አይደለ ዴቦራ? I'm asking Deborah. አንዳንዱን በእንግሊዝኛው ሰምተሽዋል? ልክ ነው አይደለ?
ዴቦራ
አይሰማለሁ እኮ መናገር ነው እንጂ አማርኛ ትንሽ ብቻዬን ያወራለሁ ጓደኞቼ ጋር፣ ግን ትልቅ ሰው ጋር ካወራው ጠፋኝ።
ቋንቋ መንገድ ነው። ቋንቋ አስተሳሰብን የአንድን ሰው ያስተሳሰብ እና የሀሳብ ደረጃን አይናገርም። ኦኬ ሶ የምንፈልገው በምንችለው ቋንቋ ሙሉ ሀሳባችን መግለጽ ነው። እኔ በእውነት በእንግሊዝኛ ስንት ሰዎች ሲናገሩ ሰምቻለሁ። አርቲኩሌት የሚባሉ ሰዎች አንቺ በአማርኛ በደንብ አድርገሽ ፍትንትን አድርገሽ ጥርምጥን አድርገሽ ቆንጆ አድርገሽ በቃ ምን የመሰለ በያኔቱ አድርገሽው ጎርሰነው ውስጣችን ገብቶ አይምሯችንን አድሶ መንፈሳችንን ከፍ አድርጎ የሚያወጣ አማርኛ ነው የምትናገሪው። So I love it. So I'm just saying that
ሁሌ ኢትዮጵያ ብቻ አይደለም። ለምሳሌ እኔ አፍሪካ እንደምነኩ አልፈልግም። ለምን? ምክንያቱ እኛ አፍሪካኖች እኮ አሁንም እንደ ባሪያ ነው የምኖረው ነው። ለምሳሌ እነሱ አንዴ በእንትኑ በካቶሊካ አንዴ በእምነት ያመሱኝ፣ እኛ ደግሞ እንደ ድሮ እኔ ሁሌ ቢሆን አሁንም ቢሆን ትናንትናም ቢሆን እኔ አፍሪካ ትነቃ በቃ። ምክንያቱ ተኝተናል፣ እነሱ በጣም እየተጫወቱ ነው እኛ ላይ።
I think the problem is, I think what Deborah is pointing out is that those guys who are trying to divide us through using our religion, using our tribe, using our differences, they don't sleep. They're always constantly at it. If any point of division, any point of weakness they see in us, they will come and use it to try to divide us, to try to keep us busy and preoccupied with conflict and divisions and infighting among ourselves. They will use our religion, they will use our tribes, they will use our ethnicity, they will use our language, they will use our worries and nerves and problems among ourselves as a way of, establishing their own interest and imposing your own interest on us. And I think that's what Deborah is pointing out here. So I just wanted to say that too.
Okay.
Ezra, also, I want you to translate what you said about Deborah, because that was something that you started and then Deborah.
Oh yeah. I think that's
I
what I
think
saw.
everybody should hear that.
Yeah. I look. I say this a lot of times, and as an educator, it's something I deal with. I always tell my students, especially when I was doing work in Ethiopia, which I learned through the course of my career as an educator, that I realized that there were a lot of Ethiopian kids that I was educating could articulate very profound things in their own language, but they struggle in English, and they always associated that with their intellectual capability. And I learned the hard way that a language ability is not linked to your intellectual rigor, your ability to articulate ideas and thoughts. So I learned. So I began to implement a method where if you can speak, if you can articulate, like in the language that you're comfortable with, any ideas that you have, and keep working at it, by the time you learn how to speak English, it becomes easier. Even if you use broken language, people understand. Even broken language. One of my favorite students, he went to Duke University here at things. His English was like terrible, but he was the number one student in our school. Always, we didn't have ranking in our school, but he was always the best that you could possibly. But in Amharic, he was super. He could explain quantum mechanics to you. Quantum mechanics, a complex physics phenomena, in Amharic so well, but he will struggle to communicate that in English. And then so I say, you know what? Give it time. Don't worry about the English part. Just keep doing the things that you do in your language. So what I'm trying to point out is that I was trying to point out to Deborah that her ability to really cut through all the noise and really get at the hearts of issues is unmatched by almost anyone I know. Incredible ability to see through all the noise, all the cloud, and make us see the core issues that we should be concerned about. Those 3 points that Deborah pointed out in Amharic, so I mean, I didn't do a very good job of articulating it, and I know Biggie will actually agree with this. That
Absolutely.
yeah, that like
Absolutely.
the emotional element of it, the spiritual element of it, the intellectual rigor and substance of what Deborah communicated in those 3 things. That's something that, yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and in addition, I'm sorry to all to the audience and the audience that listen to what Deborah is saying and those that understand Amarinya. There's so much emotion that triggers in me. Is something that she says it quite simple, concise, in a way. There's emotion to it, and we're all emotional in certain extent when it comes to African issues. And the way she puts it, that's why we keep saying, you know, we wish that Deborah would be in the AU and says it the way it is.
Yeah.
It's very refreshing. It's very like Ezra. Sometimes education hurts you. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Because
it
you
does.
calculate so many things and you want to say this and that. But Deborah says it
Yeah.
clean as can
Yeah.
possibly. You
No
know,
ambiguity at all.
yeah, no ambiguity. It's just we keep forgetting her voice because her voice is in us, but we just express it from tying it out from knowledge. You probably read so many things. Well, Deborah reads a lot. She does a lot of her own
Research.
experiences, researches,
Yeah.
and then she comes to the simple language, just simple, and it provokes so much thoughts in your heart. It's a
Yeah.
matter of a heart.
Uh,
Deborah talks about a matter of heart,
yeah.
our existence.
Thank you, Biggie and Ezra, for the translations. I would just love to give another sister. I think Askanesh. I'll give Askanesh before Brooke. Asnakesh.
Nakesh. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Asnakesh. I want to give you the platform. 5 minutes. I know the translation kind of took long, but please, Askanesh, 5 minutes. Your assessment of Ethiopia and things to take out of Ethiopia, and learning experience of from Ethiopia. Welcome, Askanesh.
Nakesh.
Asnakesh. I'm keep on going to the last part of a name.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oops. Asnakesh. I think we lost Asnakesh there. Brooke, our sister Brooke, always a pleasure seeing you, being part of this panel. The topic for tonight is what can Africa learn from Ethiopia?
Hello, hi guys, how are you?
All good, all good. Brooke, nice to see you. Nice to
Nice to
hear
see
your
you
voice
too.
again.
Thank you so much. Hi Biggie, happy holidays for all of you. And hi Deborah, hi Snackage. Yeah, I think there's nothing left to say for me because what's the name? Deborah said it's all, but honestly, if I can point one thing about Ethiopian is when it comes to our country, like, of course you hear so many voices on the internet, like trying to divide us and all that, but the majority of the people love each other, love the country, and we really support each other. Even outside of the country, we have very strong community, when it comes to helping the poor. I've been to Ethiopia not long ago, and if you see what happened because of the pandemic, there are so many damages. But the way people help each other, it just inspire you. People were sharing their food. People were sharing everything, like money. They were gathering, cooking, and just sharing everything they have. And they went through that hard time. By helping each other. And this is one thing that makes me proud. And another thing, when I was there, it was Ramadan. It was actually the fasting period of Ramadan. Every single day, I see, like, where my mom lives, where the area, there is a mosque, and the Muslim community gather every single day, thousands of homeless people, just feed them every single day, and they give them extra food to take home. And it was just amazing to see that. And that thing, it was just, it's crazy. And another thing I'm very proud of, about my culture. When you go to Ethiopia, you see, like, really raw culture, not influenced by any Western or other culture, because that's one of the benefits of not being colonized. You see Ethiopian culture you don't see anywhere in the earth, and we are very protective of that. We really protect our culture. We grow it. We if you see the way we dress, the way we eat, it's unique, and you don't see it anywhere in the in the planet. And we love our country. I think that's what we other people should learn. Other African countries should learn from Ethiopia. And another thing, I think, yeah, that's it. I really want you to discuss on this.
Can I say something a little bit on that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Asnakesh. Those are very, very, very poignant points that you made.
That is Brooke, is not a snackage.
Oh, Brooke. Okay, sorry.
No
Brooke.
Problem.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Apologies for that. But it's to me, like, you, like, the so you describe intimately the way, what you feel on the ground. You can't even escape it. It's not something you escape. It is always there. How people come together to support each other. And I think that we say Africa doesn't have a lot, but Africa has a lot. And
Oh
we
my
might not
God.
be
You have no
materially
idea.
blessed. We might not be materially blessed right now. Material blessing is a factor of a lot of work, but we're not there. But in the absence of material welfare, material well-being, and the absence of good governance, who is filling the gap? Who fills the gap
Oof.
of all the shortages that comes in between? America spent somewhere between $500 billion and $4 trillion to deal with the pandemic. The entire African economy in a given year produces somewhere around $2.3, $2.4 trillion, and that's accounted for. So how do Africans go about, filling all this massive gap that exists because of poor governance, because of poor policies, because of poor organization? It's community level engagement, community level organizations, community level support. You'd be surprised, even despite the colonialism in other part of Africa, despite the colonialism, these essential African qualities that Ethiopia has managed to preserve at much deeper level do exist. And that's how Africans, somewhere between 200, 300 to 600, 700 million Africans are below poverty line. But the measurement, the UN measurement of poverty line. But how do Africans, how do they survive? How do they live through? Is the community. From Timbuktu to Harar to Cape Town, from Cape Town to Khartoum and Cairo and everywhere in between. There are so much community power, community level stuff. But what we need to say to these people that you are doing the right things. Just continue to do it. Don't wait. Don't expect your government to change overnight. Okay, just go ahead and do it. If the government are not there, I think that's the thing that I just wanted to stress that part of the point that you made. I think that's very powerful one, very poignant one. I like it. I really appreciate that, Brooke.
Yeah, I want to tell one story. When I went to Ethiopia, my grandma lives in Ambo, and my mom is from Oromo tribe, but I don't speak Orominya because I was born and grown in Addis. So they were like, rumors. So you cannot go there. They will do something to you because you don't speak Orominya and all that. And I'm like, I really want to see my grandma, but I was so scared to go. So me and my sister came from Italy, and then we were like, what can we do? We don't speak Orominya, but what can we do? I mean, I want to see her. We were so scared, and it took us 3 days to really think about it. And then finally we found someone who speak Amharic, who speak Orominya, and then we asked her to go with us in case they say something, so she can stay with us to translate. And then all the way to Ambo, we drove our own car. There was nothing. People were so sweet. They were just directing us. I mean, everything they say on social media is not on the ground. People were so loving. And then we stopped by at the hotel to eat lunch in Oromia region. And there was like Tigrinya song, there was Amarinya song, everybody was enjoying their life. And I'm like, oh my God, we took 3 days to think about it to come here, and this is what we found. Everything they say on social media is exaggerated. When you go to the ground there, people love and support each other. So we really
one of the unfortunate things, Brooke, is that we don't understand how Oromo people love Ethiopia. We don't.
Oh my God, yeah.
We don't. We don't
Yeah.
understand how the Kambata people love Ethiopia. We don't understand how the Mursi people love Ethiopia. We don't understand how the Somali people love Ethiopia. There are different ways of loving your country.
Yeah.
And we don't appreciate that. We don't appreciate that.
Yeah,
I mean, really like those people in the center of Ethiopia don't necessarily really appreciate that. They measure it. Oh, you speak Amaranya, so then that's the measure of your love for your country. Or you speak this, or you dance this way, or there's a complicated love affair with their country.
Yeah.
And one of the fires are started all the time to bring us to use this division that they try to communicate to us at the highest level. On the ground,
Yeah.
at the ground level, those fires are put out quickly. Do you know who put the fires out? The people, the
The
communities.
people.
And those communities are put out. It's not because we have a large army and strong strong security that we stop, atrocious start. They start atrocious killing of certain tribe group people in Walaga, and then the people who started, where they want that thing to stop? They want it to stop in Hararge. They want that fire to start in the one part of Ethiopia, end up in the other part of Ethiopia. How come it doesn't go all the way? You realize people, community on the ground, it's different. The reality is different.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for. Your experience taught you that, and I'm glad that you shared that. I'm sure Deborah will tell you like a lot of things.
I just want to add one more thing.
Go ahead.
I grew up, between the age of maybe 6 to almost 16. And literally, I live in Addis Ababa, but at the same time, sometimes a week at a time, I used to use the Air Force shuttles to go back and forth from Debre Zeit to Addis to go to school, and spend a lot of weekends in Debre Zeit, Bishoftu. That's the Oromia region. But I was able to speak the language. If I go back and give me a good month or so, I can come back again with it. But again, what I noticed is during my time when I was in the region, it's just a human being that speaks another language. There was anything of animosity. They live life like any human being. It's just whatever you see in Amaras, you see it in Oromo. Whatever you see in Tigray, you'll see it in Oromo. There was no division whatsoever. We never thought of it. In fact, that I'm Eritrean Ethiopian and I'm going into a Oromo region. I've never seen any difference. They all treated me just like their own, because they see me there a lot. I play with them and I hang out with them, and we speak Amarinya. Sometimes some of them speak Orominya, and it was easy for me to catch it because we're young. We can translate that. But again, this problem came after the 27 years of TPLF, and it got enhanced even more. Division that came in through the Qilil. When they start putting the states and dividing in different states by ethnic divide, that's when people start taking advantage of it. Because people forgot that Ethiopia originally was 14 provinces. Number 14 was Eritrea, took an independence, and 13 other provinces should stay intact. It should be the way it's supposed to be, left alone. Because here we are, 27 years later, we got these issues.
This was the dream. They did it on purpose. We never know. Our neighbors are Oromo, Tigray. We don't know. We all are Ethiopian. Idea. We live together. Absolutely. We eat together. We don't know. This 27 years bring this crazy stuff. This was their dream, to divide us, Yeah. So,
in those days,
guys,
I'll give you a good example.
Back to the topic.
One thing.
Guys,
back to the topic, guys.
I want to ask you guys a question. All these things we are talking, what can Africa learn from this? I'm trying to get the point, but I can't find it. So
So the point is
it's better for us to keep with the topic as well.
Yes. I think as I was feeling that we needed to get back to the topic as well. Thank you, Mika, for. I think the topic what is the lesson here? What is the lesson here? I think one of the reasons that Africa gets exploited is because we don't appreciate what we have. We don't appreciate the world that we are. The diversity of our language, the diversity of our culture, the diversity of our thoughts and ideas it must be cherished, must be valued, must be respected, must be promoted. I think, and then the lesson, the deep lesson here, make that process not just institutional government top line, but grassroots level. grassroots level connections between your neighbors. Not just tolerating somebody who's different from you, but loving somebody who's different from you. Believing that other person is a reincarnation of God, the reincarnation of God Almighty, the reincarnation of the reincarnation of the Creator. Their difference in faith and language is an expression of the diversity of the Creator, the vastness and infinite wisdom of your Creator, not the expression of opposition to your existence. So by loving your neighbor because they are different, not tolerating them. Tolerating is what Western countries will tell you to do, but loving them, loving their traditions, loving. So you are a Christian, your neighbor is a Muslim, they are on Ramadan, they are fasting. Go there and pray with them. Fast 1 or 2 days with them. You are Muslim, your Christian neighbors are fasting. Go there and fast with them. Like you have a wedding to do, and you have a feast to organize. Remember that you have Muslim neighbors if you are Christian. You have Christian neighbors if you are Muslim. And then prepare the meals in such a way that it embraces your neighbors. And those are things that African countries do have, but we need to promote them and we need to grow them. And I think that's a lesson Ethiopia needs to bring. And that's why it became very difficult once the attack on Ethiopia was organized and deliberate, and it was designed to break this very valuable thing. The communication that was given to the Ethiopian people, the attack that is coming to destroy these things you value dearly in your community at the community level. The tolerance and the love, the compassion you have for each other is what is going to be under attack. Then Ethiopian, and then you turn on the Ethiopian anger, like say no, we're not going to let that happen. And then the pushback was revitalized through that. The Ethiopian government properly and truly utilized this essential social construct that are underneath the surface, that are below the surface. So that's what allowed the leadership of Abiy to overcome the very massive and difficult tasks placed on them of the preservation of the sovereignty. They went to it. They went to history. They went to culture. They went to traditions. They went to these things that have been built into Ethiopian society for thousands of years to revitalize it and elevate it to the highest possible level and project it at the enemy. And the enemy had to retreat. And that's what it is. The enemy had to retreat. And the same thing on other African continent, part of the continent. You have to revitalize those essential qualities that are under the surface, that are binding your communities together, and make those things, elevate them to the highest possible level, and use them for addressing your poverty, the material, the emotional, the intellectual poverties, and that are besieging Africa. Use them to negotiate better deals for your sovereignty. Use it as a shield to protect who you are, your values, and your systems. And I think that's the lesson. I think hopefully I've captured the lesson as much as I can. I don't know if Mika have done that, but you can challenge us a little bit. I'm happy and open to be challenged on this one, but this is what it is.
Yeah, definitely. That's really powerful. But I want to challenge you guys and everybody here. For us, we share a lot of time, and my wish, I really hope people here in the comment section will have new people, and it will give chance to them to share as much as they can. For us, we can always share in a closing statement or in all those stuff. But I really hope we can get these new people that we have, new voices, to just go ahead and share their thoughts. And for us, we can always come back at the end and do that.
Yeah.
I think that's what I can challenge you.
Thank you, His Excellency. That's noted. We'll keep to that, family. That let's give more the guys that are new. and then we can comment and just take note of some of the points that you wanna, let's say, for example, add to, like when your turn comes. So I'll just welcome Asnakesh. Today we have a lot of ladies as well. Another lady, Asnakesh. Welcome. I know you had a problem with network earlier, but welcome, Asnakesh.
Thank you, Zra. How are you all?
We are good.
Nice to meet you
Glad to
again.
hear from you.
It's my first time to get Mika because I heard his feeling last time. I want to forward my greeting to Mika and how I would like to ask him how he's doing till today. Just and after this, as the team said, what other Africa learned from Ethiopia. It's a broad concept actually, but as I heard from Becky, he said just he tried to link it with Dr. Abiy. So because of that, I will have about 3 points concerning that. Africa may learn from our current situation, just about reform and revolution. My point, the first point is because what is common is just regime change is common, especially in Africa, about it's maybe coup or reconstruction of the government after civil war and like that. But for especially in our situation, reform is. I think it's our first practice in Ethiopia for the regime change. But may Africa learn from this? It may not be always. We may not need revolution because reform it has a lot use because we may not discard every people that works for one country with their opinion, with their thought. They contribute to, as far as their knowledge, they contribute to one country, or as far as they thought. But if there is a change in idea, we may not discard that people. We may not need to kill that person in the like. So a revolution, what revolution say, to remove all what we have and to bring the new one. We may not. It may not help us to accumulate what we have. Always start from the scratch. That is the disadvantage of revolution. Always we are poor. We say we are poor because always we started from the scratch. So reform has its benefit on this basis, but when it's and again it's not the way. It's not easy what we learn now because there were unforeseen reasons, like unfortunately we go to civil war because it's when Dr. Abiy came, that those who Dr. Abiy with or the Prosperity Party to TPLF from the beginning, they who they elected him also came in also we ended in civil war. So Africa, it is good to as we prefer reform from revolution, but again from the lesson what we understood by now is it's tiresome. It's not easy. Reform is not easy. There are a lot of we face a lot of obstacles. So Africa may learn from this much. Then Africa may learn from this. The other, my point is revolved around about the issue of religion and ethnic, ethnic politics, tribal politics, and the issue of religion. Those who try to attack or those who stand oppose to one government, they use those issues like religion and ethnic that is close to the people heart and soul, those sensitive issues. This creates a lot of problem in Ethiopia. I can talk one thing that is close to my profession. I'm a statistician at our National Statistics Office, and we try to conduct population census. The population census undergone in 2007. It's before now it becomes about 15 years, but the plan is to undergo the population census every 10 years. In our situation, our vital statistics, it's not. It's like it's a message. It's newly message. We didn't so far. We didn't produce official statistics from our vital statistics. When I'm trying to say vital statistics, those on fertility days and the like. So because of this, we have not reached to population register. We don't use national ID for data production for those socio-economic and political issues. So the only unless we say a small survey, like a small research at broad level, it's the only data source for our socio-economic and demographic data is population census. In developed countries, they produce data every day. Our data production system is very nowadays from in developed countries, they produce data from big data. There is a short big data, a lot of options they do have. But in our situation, the population census, it's the only source. It's large scale, on large scale base, what I'm trying to say. But unfortunately, after we did, it's a lot of preparation, a lot of, and we do have about 84 variables, but with 2 variables, religion and ethnic, our population census is postponed for 3 and 4 times. A lot of in billions, as regardless of our its manpower. in terms of money, in billions from this poor country. It's unusable because of religion, and it's purely it's technical. It's pure technique. Conducting population census, it's purely technical, but they made it. Some aggravators make it politicize religion and ethnic, and it's postponed, and still we couldn't conduct it. So just like that, it's religion and ethnic these days a very I don't know, only Botswana, not tribalism. Yeah, it's not what I, as far as my knowledge. In Africa, ethnic based or tribalism is a highly problem. Still, those who do not want to who do not want to see the growth of Africa, they use that sensitive issue, religion in ethnic. Other point, my third point, or for the time being, it's my last. It's from our case, from especially from 27 years, people adapt that not trust the government, and that hurts a lot our country, because when Dr. Abiy came to power, from his first day speech, because before we know it's when TPLF is in power, we didn't heard for 27 years. We didn't heard the word Ethiopia. They may say our country, but what the base of their they rule, divide and rule. They use ethnic for that. So because of that, they didn't want to mention the word Ethiopia total, and they may say country. So because of that, from his first speech on the day from his first day, people say about more than 30 times he called the word Ethiopia, because every people is all they accept him for everything what seems perfect. Then in the country, every place goes to him, and when one bad thing happen, every people condemn Dr. Abiy, but he's one person. He at least he do have a cabinet ministers, but every place when one good thing happens, Dr. Abiy, and again, so because of that, and also it's from the habit we adapt. It's not trust the government. So plus the others that it may be activists or the like. There is also conspiracy analysis. When this add up, it's I don't know. There is one saying in Amharic,
Askanesh, I'll just have to cut you there for now. So many points that you've raised about ethnicity as well. that we should not we should learn from that and not use it to divide people. And I would just love to give Banjul Abdul, brother from the smiling coast of Africa, there in West Africa. For those who don't know, Gambia is it's a country next to Senegal, or surrounded by Senegal in a way. And Banjul, welcome. And
Yes, yes, Ezra. Thank you very much.
thank
Very
you.
interesting topic, and like you said, the lady just now was raising some very important points. And this is the reason why we come here to listen because you learn every day. And we can't stress that enough. But the brother on the before I start, maybe the guy Jamaica on the comment section, I'm not sure. I will give him the benefit of the doubt that he missed yesterday's advice from brother Mika and Ezra and all of them. They sincerely advised you in terms of some of the comments and the sensitive issues that you're raising with respect to religion. So the topic is very clear, as you can see on the screen. We're talking about what we can learn from Ethiopia, and you guys are on a completely different course. So let's try to at least be sensitive to you know whether the atheists that are here, the Christians, the Muslims, the Buddhists, whatever you are. Pan Africanism is an ideology. It's not about religion or whatever it is. But yesterday, definitely, the advice they gave you was beneficial, not just for you, but for all of us. So I think you probably missed it. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you're back at it again. Yes, but for the issue today, um, I, you know, the issue of Ethiopia to me is not uniquely an Ethiopian thing. It's not a peculiar issue that is Ethiopian. I think it's a microcosm of what is going on, in the greater Africa, throughout the continent. Because what they're dealing with, what stand out to me when I read it is that the fact that they're dealing with what we are dealing with, and if we're not dealing with it today, we're going to be dealing with it tomorrow, which is neocolonialism. And what we can learn from that is how did they really pacify the heavy attacks that they were dealing with just a few months ago. For me, this is what I definitely would encourage other African countries to really take seriously, because this is our reality right now. Whether it's Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, we're dealing with neocolonialism, and Ethiopia got hit really hard, and they're still dealing with remnants of it. And we saw how the people united, for the most part, inside and outside of the country. In the diaspora, they were very proactive. People that were not even, political got involved because now it was about their country that was at stake. And these are very important issues for us to really learn from. Um, the government also played a very important role by, putting pressure on, the quote unquote, powerful nations. I remember when the guy even went to try to meet the prime minister. The prime minister refused to even, it was done twice just to show, his protest and and determination towards fighting for his people. And these were very interesting times. And I think we can highlight a lot of stuff that happened and how they really pacified the attacks that were taking place, on Ethiopia. Because this issue is gonna come to us. And the second issue was what the sister was talking about. How do you maintain a cohesive nation with 80 million plus languages, tribes, and you have religions, different religions? How do you keep a country, safe and peaceful, with all these diverse people? Because this is the beauty of Africa. It's a diverse continent, And this is where, you know, when you say Africa and you want to highlight the beauty, our diversity is what really stand out, which is our music, our culture, our religions, our customs, our history. They're very diverse, you know, and this is what enrich us. And for him to be able to maintain um, all these people and try to keep everyone happy is a very tough task. And I'm surprised his hair is not gray. Like Obama, his second term, we just saw a bunch of gray hair. So, so I think is you know, all these things really that are happening there. It's our reality, you know, on the continent. If you're on the continent, you see the idea of, you know, tribalism, religious issues, you know, neocolonialism, all these issues that they're dealing with. We need to learn from it, because if we're not dealing with them right now, like Mali or Burkina Faso or Niger, it's gonna come. We know it's gonna come because the chains are still on us, and we're not free yet, 100%. You know, if we're gonna start to really think seriously about self determination, then we need to really learn from each other on the continent, and keeping it from within. And that's also part of Prime Minister Abiy's philosophy, which is dealing with issues first and foremost from within. And I think we need to learn from each other. If this person can really battle these forces that were really coming at them, and we as fellow Africans also definitely, instead of going outside, should look at the strategies and the tools that we use to really vindicate themselves from these crazy oppressions.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
Ezra.
much. Thank you very much, Abdul, and a great insight there. Nice and sweet and to the point. And I'd love to welcome our brother Al-Kebulan. I'm sorry to pronounce your name, this, but Al-Kebulan, welcome, brother.
Akubulan was the old African name. Just a note.
Wow,
It's
Al-Kebulan.
one of the name of Africa, Alkabulan.
Oh, I'm learning something. I didn't know that. Yeah, as Al-Kebulan people.
There you
uh,
go.
what can Al-Kebulan people learn from Ethiopia? Al-Kebulan, come and teach us. I think Al-Kebulan is maybe struggling with network or not paying attention. But
Or maybe his mute.
Um, uh,
oh,
can you
there he
hear me?
is.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
we can hear you, Al-Kebulan.
I was under the impression that Al Kabulan, maybe you mentioning somebody else. My bad. So, Al Kabulan Abyssinia. Al Kabulan is the old African name. Before Africana, I believe I heard a story somewhere where a Roman emperor conquered Africa, and it was within his right to give the name Africa. So I kind of got slowly attached to the name Al Kabulan and Abyssinia, which means the old Ethiopian name, which both I thought they kind of go side by side. First, I just want to say thank you to the brother from Gambia. He really, said everything I wanted to say in reality, to be honest. I'm just adding, just on the back of what he said, I just wanted to add a few points. And that is, first is, just to go directly to the question is, what can Africa learn from Ethiopia is, Ethiopia has a lot of things, that for thousands of years, it has history that can, it can share, to the world, not just to Africa. But in reality, I think for Africa to learn is from our mistake than our strengths at this point, because our problems are looking bigger, but it is something that is now spreading across Africa. I see it everywhere, and I've been to many African countries. I've seen it, this tribalism, being pushed. Our diversity. They keep saying, that, like I say, they keep saying, because there are people who are kind of always magnifying these points. And when they say, this tribe or that tribe, at the end of the day, our diversity actually is our strength. I am, Ethiopian by birth, and it is my heart. It's the way of life for me. I love my country, but there are mistakes there. I see, that has grown slowly, but surely, I mean, the world is seeing it now. And that is tribalism. It is to avoid it by any means necessary. And, the narrative gets pushed on us all the time that this tribe, I'm just going to go directly put it on Ethiopia. Like, for example, they say the Amharas are, they say the Amhara expansionists. That is the most ridiculous thing I've heard, because there is no such thing as the Amhara expansionists fighting with the TPLF in Ethiopia. It is not, it is the Ethiopian people. I'm not Amhara. Like, by no means, I'm not Amhara, but the war, it is with Ethiopia and TPLF and what they have brought to the people, and the people despise them for one thing. They proudly say that, we have increased the diversity between the Ethiopian tribes. No, they killed it in reality. And that, is it to the benefit of Ethiopians? Is it a benefit of East Africans, or the whole of Africa in general? No, I just can't see it. It is ultimately, it is to the benefit of those who are looking to exploit us or use our diversity as a way to create division amongst us. Currently Abiy is an Oromo leader. He was the president of the Oromia region at one point. And somehow it is to be blamed the Amhara, because by dividing, saying, putting the blame into one category, you kind of create this division that is hard to reconcile with. Mike, I think he's left now. Mika, I believe he has left now. He had a conversation the other time with Obang Metho, who is from Gambela in Ethiopia. And his history is his grandfathers were at war with the Italians. They were fighting alongside everyone. There was no such thing as this is Amara, this is Oromo, this is Tigray, this is, Walaita or anything. There are 84 tribes. They stand together, and that is our strength. That's what kept Ethiopia away from all the exploiters at some point. And, when I say exploiters, it's direct exploitation. But if you look at it from another side, the first African country to be sanctioned was Ethiopia, and that was for refusing to be enslaved by the Italians. So you question yourself, it's just, if somebody 70 years or 80 years ago was exploiting you, that, and today that same person or the child or whatever comes back to tell you, I am gonna bring weapons to your country so that I save your life. I think this is, it is something to question the genuinity of that. How genuine is that? The intentions has to be questioned. And ultimately, what I suggest to all my African brothers and sisters is, whoever comes in to tell you your tribe is better, bigger, smarter, or a warrior, or anything as such than another tribe, that is your enemy. That is our enemy. That's how I see it. No tribe is bigger than another. Our tribes are equal. Whether it is, a Kikuyu from Kenya, an Amhara from Ethiopia, an Oromo, or a Baganda from Uganda, at the end of the day, all tribes, all people, everyone is equal. And somehow, somewhere, someone will frame it as if one is being disenfranchised by another. And that, when it is true, it is all our struggle. We have to stop that. But the problem is when that's not the case, and when a narrative is being pushed, and it is a cause of a conflict, and nobody is giving a solution. The Ethiopian case, it is an easy solution. The war can end literally overnight if the whole world was to stand up and say, hold on. Just hold on for, just hold on a minute. And there is a democratically elected government in Ethiopia. Put your weapon down and look for a peaceful struggle. Anyone can do that. There is no reason for anyone to carry a weapon where there is an opportunity to coexist peacefully. So, the problem is, look for the weakest person or the weakest tribe, the weakest nation, give them as much weapon as possible and tell them to attack a bigger nation or a bigger person. When you do that, for example, TPLF is quite a small party. When you think of it, it represents basically about 6% of the entire Ethiopian population. And that is if they get the full support of where they are. Then when you bring them with enough weapons and tell them to fight 110 million people, the consequences are grave. You see the humanitarian problems as we're seeing today. But what is the solution is ultimately disarm and look for a peaceful resolution. And to do that, everyone, Ethiopians have been asking for that, except the whole world keeps a different side or a different perspective on that one. And it is time, I think, for all of us to question why. In which country can that be allowed? Which country, which self-respecting nation can allow, your army being attacked, people being looted, communities being destroyed by a small faction that has no legitimate right in a country, but then somehow the whole world blames the elected government instead of the one who are perpetrating the conflict, actually. And so my suggestion to anyone is just anybody who comes in a wolf that's come in a sheep's whatever that's called, is to say no to that. Tribalism is our downfall ultimately. 30 years ago there was no such thing. Not to this extreme at least. Not to this extreme at least, where you see Amharas are in Oromia region and they get killed, or Tigray is in Amhara and they get killed, or Oromo is in Somalia and they get killed. This kind of conflicts were never heard of. Like, it wasn't in this state, but they kind of grow this hate. I believe it's 30 years ago when TPLF came to power, a boy that was born now is 30 years old. So we are looking at the fruits of their labor, basically everything that they have done. Now that is an adult human, that is only thing they have heard is hate. So when it comes to tribalism, the only thing we can learn is hate. So my suggestion is, with everything we can, we avoid tribalism and xenophobia, and then as a nation, as a country, as neighbors, we all can live and coexist peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Qabilan. And I love. I see there's a brother who's being on the comment section. Yasin Osman, and another brother who's just joined us, and the Jamaican Jankro. Please, guys, we're not here to I don't know how to even put this up, as polite as possible. Let's stick to the topic. Let's stick to the topic, and let's all listen. The more we use our ears, we've got 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth for a reason. So let's use our ears to listen, and after listening, then we can start talking. I know there's a lot of issues that you guys want to raise, and a lot of things that you feel that we need to talk about. There will be room for all these topics. And I would love to welcome the Jamaican Jankro to just come in. And also, there's things that he has said that were really offensive to some people, and where we don't really want to go into, because some of things are offensive and personal. And the Jamaican Jankro, I don't know if you're a brother or a sister, but you've raised some points. Others are a bit controversial, and others can really, even on the platforms, on big platforms like this, you can get us into trouble. So please, let's stick to the points. Let's learn to stick to different points. If we're talking about Ethiopia today, try to come and learn about Ethiopia. Even if you don't have anything, open your ears to listen, and then maybe keep quiet for that day. And then when there's a topic that you are very passionate about, participate, come and maybe even join the live stream and teach us if you know much about it. Unlike having to fight that we need to listen to your specific topics. There will be room for topics. That's why we are live every night. Please, family, let's all learn. let's humble ourselves. You know, we know that we know so much. Others are very educated, but let's have a humble heart to learn from one another. It's time to learn from Ethiopia, and let's learn from the people of Ethiopia. They are raising a lot of issues that we can learn in our countries and even in our personal capacities. So let's do that. Let's be respectful, and even if we don't agree with certain points, come and at least say, no, I don't agree with this. No one is gonna fight you, but don't use foul words and name calling, as even Biggie has said, that please tackle the matter, the topic at hand, not the man. So let's stick to that. And the Jamaican Jankro, I'll give you the platform today. And we just want to hear you, but please, we're not going to go into any other topic that you might raise for tonight. We want to talk. We're talking about how the learning experience of Ethiopia, what Ethiopia has been going through, what other nations can learn from this their experience. Welcome, the Jamaican Jankro.
Greetings, my brother. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Greetings. All right. Now, Ethiopia. Ethiopia, we know that Ethiopia, the land, the Egypt is Ethiopia is Egypt's mother. We know that, right? Because we know that the seat of power in ancient times comes out of Egypt, comes out of the Sudan. See? So we know that. So the historical reference we can use Ethiopia's historical reference in our to boost our self-worth and self-image then as African people. Now, what we can learn presently from Ethiopia is what Ethiopia did with that dam. Ethiopia self-financed that dam. They didn't go to the World Bank and borrow any money. They didn't go to the Chinese and borrow any money. They sold stocks and shares to the Ethiopian people. And those people financed that dam, that big dam that's going to power the whole entire region. They even went to the point where they killed that man. They killed the head Ethiopian engineer. They said it was suicide, but I beg to differ. See? Now, you have Egypt on one side, and you have Sudan on the other side. Now, Sudan is sister nation with Ethiopia. But Sudan is siding with Egypt, saying, look, you don't need to build that dam. Even Trump went and it was encouraging Egypt to bomb the dam. Right? See? Ethiopia, Sudan can get power from Ethiopia. They can get electricity from Ethiopia. But they're siding with the Arab brother. Okay? Let's be for real now, you know, because they are both Islamic countries. See? We don't want to deal with religion, but at some point we're going to have to deal with it because it is affecting what's going on in Africa. It affects here in the West, it affects what goes on with us here as black people in the West. So at some point we're going to deal with it, but as you say, not today, right? However, Ethiopia now is the best example for African people to follow globally. Self-reliance, do for self. They self-financed that dam. They built it themselves. That is the best example what African people can follow. Now I see some people, when I say race first, they say no, everybody else first. Or everybody. But it's that everybody is at the bottom. It's that everybody is at the bottom. It's that everybody, you know, Africa is the richest continent on the planet with all the natural resources that everybody want. Can't do without, and they don't want to pay for it. So how come Africa is the richest continent, but black people, we are the poorest on the planet? but we're supposed to be for humanity. It's not humanity catching it, it's black people catching it. It's we catching it. We catching it in the West. We catching it in Africa. So it's race first. And for 2022, I hope that we pivot to race and economics, because that's what it's about. Let us build together. Let us spend our money together. You know what I'm saying? Let us work together as a unit. Because as I said, it's not the entire world catching it. It's black people who are at the bottom, African people. So let's stop this thing about, oh, everybody and embrace everybody. You know, we look, some people saying, I don't see color. I don't see color. But what you have to remember, when they look at you, they see color in you. So we better stop being colorblind. Anyway, good brother, I didn't mean to step on anybody's toes, but sometimes you have to step on people's toes. You know, sometimes you have to do that because, as I said, we have to address these issues at some point because they are holding us back as a race. Anyway, good brother, thank you so much for the few minutes.
Can I ask a question a little bit? Okay.
Welcome, Ezra. Brain, please ask him some questions.
Yeah, my Jamaican friend, I love the passion, and I think that's the way we should approach our problem. Like with there's a depth of commitment like that, and the voice that you hear that commitment. But I want to point out to him something interesting that probably he's not aware of. Maybe he's aware of, but maybe he hasn't paid too much attention to it. There's a channel called on YouTube, the King of Abai. Okay, King of Abai, and that King of Abai is run and operated by our Muslim brothers, Ethiopian Muslim brothers. There, what they do is they translate what our Muslim brothers are going to Arab channels. Our Muslim brothers who speak Arabic, okay, who go out there and defend Ethiopia's interests on the Abai. You know the name Abai. I'm sure our Jamaican friend will know the name Abai when I say Abai. So they are out there fighting day and night, tooth and nail. Okay, fighting for the interest of Ethiopia on the Nile, but they're also promoting the kind of misaligned stories about Ethiopia's intolerance. They tell us we are intolerant of other religions. They try to convince the Arabs that Ethiopia attacks Muslims, which is contrary to that. And you know that that's not true. In fact, Ethiopia is the only nation that has provided and protected, you know, when Muslims were being persecuted in their own land in the 7th century. We have that history. It's written in the Quran.
Yes.
Leave the Habesha people alone. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that you know the Habesha people, people of justice, people of fairness, will listen to your plea, and they'll provide you the protection and the protection you desire and deserve. That's how he sent his companions to the Habesha land, which is Ethiopia today. So there are a lot of Muslims out there, African Muslims, Ethiopian Muslims that love Ethiopia, that love Africa. So how do you scare your point of? I don't want this discussion to be the same, but that's another lesson that we should learn from Ethiopia, that our faith has not divided us. Our faith has brought us together.
Yeah, well, you are correct, because when the Prophet was being persecuted in Mecca and Medina, that's where he went for refuge. He went to Ethiopia, and the Ethiopian king actually said, yes, you can stay here and regroup, and sent him back to Mecca with an army, okay?
Yes.
To put down what they did, yes. So, but that is not, they don't tell us that history. Bilal was who was the prophet first convert, is an Ethiopian. Okay? The prophet, the man Bilal, who sing when they get up there and sing in the minarah, he sing. You see, he sing the song. But that is not, they don't tell us that history. You see, what we have to remember, you know, is when the prophet came, when the prophet was living, right? It wasn't they weren't persecuting African people. It's when the Prophet died. It's after the Prophet died and Islam split into two. You had the Sunni and you had the Shia. The Shia is his family, and the Sunni is the council. So it split. You see, and that's when the problem started. You see, but again, as I said, I am not a religious person. All right, I don't, and I subscribe to, I am a probably agnostic. Then I don't know if there is a God or if there is not a God. I don't know. I am willing to say that. Okay, I am willing to say that, and I don't think anybody can really say yes, because nobody has ever died and come back and said, I've been over there, I've been to paradise and I've been to heaven. Nobody ever, everybody died. That's a one-way trip. Okay, so but as I said, for African people, we have to embrace race first. Yes, your religion, that is your private business. Okay, if you want to be Islam, you want to be this, whatever the hell you want to be, that is your prerogative. But race and economics, that is where our solution lies. Now, I don't know if you ever travel to America, but I know you have people here on this platform who live in America. In America, it's race and economic. Every community you go to, if the Chinese live over here, the Chinese run that community. They run the economics and body politics of that community. If the white folks over there, it's the same thing. They run the economics and body politics of their community. But when you come to the black community, every other ethnic group is in the black community carting out the money. The same thing is happening in Africa on a bigger scale. The European, the Chinese, the East Indian, they are carting out the money out of Africa, leaving us poor. It's the same thing at a micro level here. See, they run the economics, and you have Arabs here that run the gas station. East Indians run the little stores. Every other ethnic group run the economy of the black community here in America. You may see a couple of people, rich black folks with money, and you see you are outside looking in, and you say, oh wow, black people doing good. Look at that. You see Charles Barkley and Oprah Winfrey, even Obama. Even Obama, that was just to appease you on the outside, because you outside and you say, wow, look, we have a black president. Yeah, but he's surrounded by a sea of white folks. He can't make no decision by himself. It's just to appease you on the outside. Just say, yes, see, we're moving up in America. But realistically, black people moved backwards economically during Obama time. And we have moved backwards even worse now with this pandemic. So it is important, it's imperative for us to retake the natural resources in Africa for African people. It's not for everybody. It's Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad.
Yeah,
Thank you very
Jamaica, Jamaica, definitely. I'm listening to you, and you're a very smart guy. I'll say. You've raised a lot of points that I agree with, especially with the dam issue, and a lot more. And I've been listening to you, and you're making a lot of sense. But one area, that you perhaps maybe need to be very careful of or look into more is, because you can only speak from your environment and your surrounding, which is understandable. I'm not sure if you've been to the continent before, or interact with Africans on the continent. But if we go back even to Ethiopia, if you take out Orthodox religion out of Ethiopia and Islam, you take the soul of the country away. Even this week, you go to Ethiopia right now, they're celebrating.
But
They're
hold on.
celebrating religion.
Hold on now. Did I say I am going to take away anybody's religion? I didn't say that.
I'm not saying that.
That's
But
your
what I'm saying is
free will.
No. Yes, what I'm saying is you said race first.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying is race cannot be first on the continent right now. Maybe from outside, because the realities are not the same. because we have white people in Africa that are Africans. We have
No,
Arabs that are there.
no,
We
no,
have
no, no,
Tuareg.
no,
We have
brother.
so many people.
No, hold on,
So
no, brother. Hold on, hold on. How can a white person be an African? Because you're born in
that is
Africa, because they are born in Africa, that makes them an African? That's what you're saying?
no.
Are you
What I'm saying
saying
is
that
we cannot
because,
use that.
hold on,
Yes, if a
clarify,
white
clarify.
person grandparents, if a white person grandparents, for example, like the Africans in South Africa,
Yes.
who's been there for 300 years. If you tell me, I know a lot of African Americans who tell me that they're American, and I understand their rationale. That don't mean that I agree with them. But if someone's been here before independence and say, listen, I am an American, I just happen to be black, but I've been here for 300 years. My grandparents, my great grandparents from here. You have to understand that rationale also.
Hold on.
If a
I
white
think
person is in Africa and they don't have any connection with Europe at this point, and they want to, they feel like they are not racist. They love the continent. They're fighting. We have a lot of white people, even when they were attacking Ethiopia, like the guy Pierce who wrote a book on Ethiopia. We have allies even outside that are not black.
Hold
Some
on,
of
brother.
the most potent fighters
Hold on a
in
little bit.
this crisis
Let me
were
address
white
it.
people.
Let me address it, brother. I think
Pan-Africanism is not a racist ideology, brother.
hold on, brother. Let me address your question. I think you're being confused between ethnicity and nationality. You see? Your ethnicity, right? To be African, what makes us African is our physiognomy, our nose, our lips, our hair, our skin, all right? That's what makes us African, our culture, our physiognomy. That is our African. A European who have white skin, a different physical features than us, that is not an African. It is a European that lives in Africa. Just like how we are Africans that live in America, okay? We are Africans, our physiognomy, all right, as a race, as a people, we live here, but we are not Americans. We are Africans living in America. So this is, you have to make a distinction between nationality and ethnicity. You're getting confused there.
I know. I'm not confused at all. I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm certain in what I'm saying.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
I know what ethnicity is. I know what race is. If you're gonna say that your physical features, you have to be black, your nose has to be proportionate a certain way, you're gonna exclude a lot of people out. My country, we have so many tribes in my country. We are all Africans. If you ask us, but we look different. So
yeah, but they're not white, brother. They are not.
No,
they're not white.
You said that. So what is? I mean, brother, let's focus on the let's focus on the topic. Because all I want to say is I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the picture is much more complex than you. That's why I asked you first. Have you been on the continent? Have you interacted with people on the continent?
I have been to the continent, but I have traveled to the continent.
I don't know where, but we are so diverse. We're even trying to save our people because of our differences.
I know.
We are very diverse. These are very fragile things you're talking about. We have so many issues going on with tribes
Garvey. All right, a great man like Marcus Garvey. I know you're familiar with Marcus Garvey. Never set foot in Africa. Never set foot. In fact, he died in England and was buried in Pottersfield in the poorhouse.
Yeah, but he was sensitive to some of the issues that
he never set foot in Africa. He didn't set foot in Africa. So you can't use, have you traveled to Africa as the litmus test to speak on this issue, brother? No. You can't use that because, as I said,
no, because you sound like you haven't interacted. You sound like you haven't interacted.
I interact with a lot of Africans, brother.
Because
a lot of African people.
Africans are very diverse. Africans are very diverse people.
All I am saying,
Abdul, let me ask you a question, Jamaica. Let me ask you one question. Okay, do you agree with the method of oppression that has been used over the past 200-300 years? Do you support or do you concur with the method of oppression the method of subjugations and the method of exploitations that has been deployed on Africa and then on poor people, on all sort of people, across this planet over the past 300-400
No,
years.
brother.
Do you agree with it?
No.
So do you like? So the next question, I mean, that's a very simple and easy question to answer. Do you think that like Africa should offer a better alternative for the way the world is organized?
Yes.
So the way it sounds, okay, correct me. The way it sounds, your proposal that we should use the method of the oppressor to reorganize.
No.
But
no, we may have to use some of his methods now. We may have to use some of his methods.
Okay.
We may have to, but I know, we don't have to be like him. We don't have to be barbaric as him.
Yes.
See, but
so because when you first talked, it sounded like you concur with the method, but right now when you explain, I understand you now better. Because that's the nature of like the word. When you say we have to put race at the top, that's what the white man does. Who puts the race at the top? Use the race as a major method. I mean, the idea of race was invented in the 14th century by a Portuguese.
Yes.
So
yes.
So it's not a human phenomenon. It's a social construct that was invented to organize the exploitation and the suppression and the subjugation of group of people. But I think like Africa, the fact that Africa is actually the home of diversity, over 3,000 language, tells you that we have inherent qualities that has never seen a mainstream, at least philosophical expression. But that does exist on the ground.
When you go
on the ground, that diversity, we found a way to live with it, not just to live with it, to love it, cherish it, and nurture it. But our institutions and our organizations and our visions, our practice on the highest level on the global stage hasn't reflected. So how do you find a way? How do we transition this
Let me tell you how.
behavior to the highest level?
Let me tell you how. If you have a problem in your house, right? You have a problem in your household. You have a lot of different people living in your house, right? And they creating problem in your family. What you have to do? You have to get those people out of your house. And look, you got to leave, okay? Because you're creating problems, okay? And you close the door. And you talk shock amongst yourself and say, all right, blah, 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 blah. When we solve the problem, then we open the door and say, all right, now you can come back. Okay? You can't solve the problem with those people in the house because the same people in the house is the people who create in the problem. So you got to put them out of the house. So look, you need to leave. And when we finish resolving our issue, then you can come back. We're not saying, we're going to put you out forever. But we have some family issues here that we need to discuss, and we need privacy. You see, we can't allow everybody in the house when we're discussing our issues because certain issues is sensitive, and we have to solve them by ourselves. So we can't include everybody. They don't include us when they have their issues. They close the door, deal with what they have to deal with, then they come back. So we need to do the same thing.
Okay. I think that's a fair. That's a fair.
Good question. Quick question, Jamaica. Do you think Dr. Abiy did that?
What, Dr. Abiy?
Yes.
No, because the US, he didn't want to deal with the US and the AU. He said, no, we're not trying to deal. So I think he dealt with it in the best way he could. He said, you know what? He rallied the Ethiopian people. He went out there and he did it as a good leader. He went to the front line. He said, you know what? I'm going to be in the front. And that mobilized the people. He didn't sit in the office and say, okay, go there, go there, go there. He went and faced the bullet himself. And that was the mobilizing force. I say, you know, Ethiopian people said, you know what? Yes, let's go and stand behind him. And that was able to crush that movement. You see? So, I mean, he solved it in-house. The AU, we know the AU is like a paper tiger. You know what I'm saying? Come on, let's be for real. You know, I mean, so I think he solved it in the best way he could. If he had introduced those other elements, they would have wanted, oh, you need to do this and you need to do that. And he said, you know what, to hell with it. Close the door, right? And said, family, we have a problem. And they dealt with it and they crushed it. Hey, and more power to Ethiopia. You know, now there's hope. Sudan don't go to hell. And then you have a refugee crisis where people running across the border. Because we have a serious situation in Sudan. Very serious. See? So, you know, that may cause a problem in Western Ethiopia.
Thank you very much, the Jamaican Jankro. At least today we had another side of you, especially where you also mentioned what we can learn in terms of African projects, especially the Grand Renaissance Dam that the people of Ethiopia gathered their funds to build a dam that's going to develop and electrify the nation. And again, not just their nation, but even the surrounding nations around Ethiopia will benefit from this big project. So that's something that we can learn, and that's something that we can learn from Ethiopia, coming from the Jamaican Jankro. And I hope we will stick more to this topic, guys, because I know we kind of went into cross-referencing. But I would love to give Biggie a chance because he only had an opening statement. He didn't really have anything so far to any additional thing, Biggie, that you need to add in terms of what we can learn from Ethiopia.
Can I say something to the Jamaican brother first? Does he left?
Okay, yeah, feel free.
He left? No, I was just gonna tell him that he cannot only sing reggae and he speak reggae, and I was tempted to dance.
Hey, the American Jungle, please join and come and sing for the ladies. The ladies want to hear some reggae.
Yes, and Ezra, this is what I believe we were talking about yesterday at your night shift show. I said,
late night show.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Abdul, I was thinking just that. I know the argument you were having with Niger, and I thought you were like interesting.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yes, because Jamaicans, you know, one thing we can learn from them as our fellow Africans is the fact that they love themselves so much that the world loves them. You know, if you believe in yourself at that extreme level, you know, everyone knows Jamaican music. We know, you know, once they open their mouth, they speak, you hear the accent, you will say it's Jamaican. And the island is very small. You know, they're not in the hundreds of millions of people, but they believe in themselves. They're very unique when it comes to that. They really believe in and their music has just spread all over the world. And that's part of empowerment also that we can definitely learn from.
You can recognize their presence.
Yes.
It's unmistakable. Unmistakable presence.
But I had to disagree with the brother, you know.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you disagree with the idea, you know, let's put it that way.
I think this Pan-Africanist thing.
One beautiful thing about this panel, you know, regardless on certain comment that he put in, we brought him over and he expressed what he feels, you know, there's a lot of opinion, but at the same time, there are a lot of facts also that he put in there. So it's not somebody that we should ignore. There's certain there's important message behind it, and so we shall really make sure that everybody's heard. And like you said, you know, he's Jamaican, and the way they articulate themselves, and everything that we heard in the music of Jamaican music and everything else, and really they promote love. You know, they show what happened. You know, living in Jamaica at the same time, you go to Shashamene in Ethiopia, where the land is being given to them out of love and peace, and they really are very strong when it comes to defending Ethiopia. I mean, all Jamaicans, they defend about any situation about Ethiopia. And right off the back, when he started describing about the dam, I didn't see any Ethiopian that was so passionate about it the way he spoke it. But not to disregard the passion of Ethiopians, but our brother Jamaican really was like, I can see the dam. I can see the picture of the dam, the way he presented it, the way he talked about it. So it was great that we have people that are different opinion, but at the same time, there are certain things also we disagree. And I think always when we disagree at a certain point, we still need to discuss about them. So this is really a good platform. Thank you, Israel. Actually, you made the right decision. You gave him a full warning. So he does. But again, he was really truly a Jamaican that love Africa, that love our people, and he just went straight down to it. And he's got different opinions certain places. Hey, we respect that. But again, please, those little texts that you put in there on the comment, they can misplace you.
They can be misread. They can be misread.
Exactly. Look at the passion and what he said about Islam. So it's totally different. So
from what he said in the comments,
exactly. So please,
it's always good.
Abdul and Biggie. Before Biggie makes a point further about his take on the lesson, I think that sometimes we Africans don't necessarily truly appreciate the anxiety and the frustrations of our diaspora. Those who either in large part were forced out of their continent, and their desperation to want to come back to their home, and they don't see their home, having their acts together and organizing themselves to a point where they feel confident. Okay, now we can go back home. That we have a place and a home to go back to. I think they get frustrated by that. I think that frustration is in their voice, is in their tone, and it's in their anger. I mean, you look at Marcus Garvey's work. It's essentially like, how do I accelerate the return home? They're like, so they are desperate to come back. And I think we have to take, some kind of ownership of our failure to put our house in order for them to find a way to come back. And I think we need to, at least even if we don't have our house in order, I really recognize and appreciate that frustration.
Yes, I agree. I think, those of us who are not in the diaspora also, we tend to be more diplomatic in terms of dealing with issues. Our brothers from outside, because of the environment, the harsh environment and the history also, they tend to be straight to the point. And for us, we might see it as very aggressive at times in terms of, but the end goal, the end is the same. We all want the same end, but the means to get there, we can have our differences.
Yes, exactly.
I think that's what the issue is. But we are all in the same mindset as far as the end is concerned.
Yeah,
we all want our liberation.
Those of us who are here on the other side, we know the degree of the depth of the humiliation that of people of African descent experience on a regular basis out there in the world, and it's very acute. The experience is very acute. It's very high. It's very intense. I mean, if you are Haitian from Haiti, I mean, look at that. Haiti should be celebrated and venerated and put up there as heroes of the world. We should be making movies about, about the Haitian experience. But look at the destitution that they have to experience because of what the choices they made to stand up to the French colony, to push back French colony defeats. They say, Ethiopia is the only country that defeated colonial power. We should be adding Haitians also in that category.
Yes.
Because they did defeat a very organized power. And they did it not in the 1900s. They did it in the 1800s.
Yes.
And to me, that frustration is there. The Caribbean people, the African American communities here, sometimes they don't even know it. That the feeling of anxiety, the feeling of feeling of like that dehumanization that experience. Sometimes they might not have the ability to link it to their craving to go back home, but it doesn't matter. They don't have to articulate it, but you can trace it back to that disconnect between them and their home. And we Africans, we need to do everything we can to accelerate the changes that we need to do. And I think that's I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Just something that I've been seeing on the comment section before Biggie takes over is the guys Mwendatezi and some people who kept me very late the other day, who kept running the show for 9 hours. And of which is really dear to the beautiful the mother country, Ethiopia, which is coffee. And no one is talking about coffee, guys. Come on, I'm sorry, I haven't made coffee today. I was just drinking water and some juice,
beer.
But I hope somebody can touch base on coffee. But I'll give Biggie a chance to say his comments because he has not said so much today. Biggie, the floor is yours.
Wow, a lot of things said. Another experience, another learning, the endurance, the relentlessness of every African brothers and sisters in this conversation really puts us to another level. What can we learn, from Ethiopia? And not to make that mistake, that there are mistakes that's been done, but at the same time, how much Ethiopia fought not to repeat that. I just want to put an information when I learned when Abiy took over the office, okay? When he took over the office, it was not a smooth transition, okay? It was not, because the fact that he's still within the same party, the same TPLF party, they brought this man. We don't know where he's from. We don't know what he did. The minute that his name was posted, they said, oh, he's Oromo. So it went right into the race. In fact, the day that he was doing his speech, there was a grenade that was thrown at him. And people, a couple people died. And Abiy went to the hospital and checked on people that were injured just because he came out elected. So this guy never had the chance to speak about anything else before even Eritrean to come to the peace. But already they decided this guy's going to go the wrong way because he did the right thing. When you are elected, or whatever the time that they put you in, he brought in his own party. He brought in his own cabinet. That was the best move ever. So that tells you this man had his head in his shoulder. But again, I'm very skeptical because I saw what happened 27 years on what happened on that soil. All these prisons, all these things that they created. So from that point, and as he came in and full control, where was Ethiopia at the time that he came in? But almost on a blink of a civil war. Haile Mariam, the previous prime minister, said, hey, I'm not going to put my hand in this. He wanted to wash his hand clean. He quit. A prime minister quit because he got scared on what's going to happen on the ground. So now that you have Abiy now, oh, he's the same guy. But in fact, he's not. Look at him now, this day and age. I don't want to go through all the details, but he's fighting for the unity of Ethiopia. He is a Muslim on his father's side. He's Christian himself on his mother. All that, they try to attack him on a different level. Race, religion, everything. Every YouTuber that can make a penny just for the conversation, he forgot that this man is fighting for his motherland and for the whole Africa, as an example. For example, that you have the dam that's been built by the sweat by Ethiopians. We cannot even get any loans to begin with. Okay. But he went on and fight the power behind it. This is something we learn from Ethiopia. Don't look at it that every incident that happened, oh man, that's his government under his watch. He cannot control everything while you're growing, while you're putting the state to have his own accountability on each ministers, each department, all the way to the level of the Qabilan, which is the lowest end of the villages, and the security that comes with it. So this is what Africa needs to learn, that it can fight issues on a different level, but at the same time, do not drop your dream. Because Abiy, he puts himself at risk when he went up front to die for his country. So now you're going to see race, he's Oromo, he's Amara, or he's a prime minister. Come on, let's be real. That was the first move that they understood. This man is not going to back down until he finds unity and love in his country. And right now, 2 days ago, we had people from church trying to bring all these Ark of Covenant in the church. They blocked. For what reason? Everything was fine for Tumkat. We see this, and now everybody, Abiy didn't do anything about it. I mean, this prime minister is not going to become the Qabilan chief. For God's sake, he's the prime minister of the country, and he's ruling the country to the best of his ability. That's what Africa should learn. Support your government all the way through. If you see something wrong, bring the evidence, go to court, do whatever you say, because the first thing that Abiy give to the people is that he released all the journalists, all the political opposition, and we got this sudden freedom that we can say whatever we want. People said things within the country. In the old regime, you'd be put to death or they would be put in the prison. So Ethiopians learn this freedom didn't come for free. It took a lot of sacrifices. Do not take for granted this freedom that you're able to say things, because I know it during Haile Selassie time, I know it during Mengistu time, that troops will be deployed to destroy you. So this is the learning from Ethiopia, that even though you got political issues like Mali now, they're fighting. You got Burkina Faso that's fighting, but don't stop on what you do on your daily life. That's how you're going to fight the evil, because it's not going to stop you from doing your daily life. This is what they want to do, to make you stop, to halt, not to work, to be scared, put fear in you. So stay out of fear. That's all I say.
Hey, Ezra, I didn't get a chance to pass my lessons as well. Can I also go?
Yeah, I was coming to you because
okay.
You had not contributed. Only as translations today. I must say you are also good at translations. I hope Tanzan will give us feedback about your translation, the brain. Because you already assessment, they already assessed. Biggie, so you are next.
I'm maybe good at translating the emotions, but Biggie is the one who did the job of truly translating the language, So,
but the floor is yours, the brain. What can we learn from Ethiopia? There's so much. Please.
I think the broader. I want to first start with the bigger picture here. The bigger picture of what we need to appreciate and understand is that, like every other country, Ethiopia was dealing with a very complex set of variables at it. We got the very near neighborhood challenges from Sudan and Egypt that was organized and coordinated. They had very powerful, very strong internal forces like the TPLF that has invested in the power it has, that was not interested and willing to find a new way of realigning that power. and you have the broader, more like, the European, the colonial, the American kind of things. Sometimes is just mere, oh, this is a leverage, this is an opportunity, this is a weakness, that's how they come to approach you. And then you have the issue of your internal issues, which is the biggest. People don't understand this, but the biggest problem that African countries face is internal, and African leaders face is internal. And I think, like, when leaders rise to power, you could see it in Zambia. Similar recent phenomena in Zambia is one of them. When they rise to power, they have a choice that is placed in front of them. They have a choice to align themselves with the people, and they will pay a price from the other power that they could have aligned to. Or the second choice is they have a choice of aligning with powers outside. I call them the humanitarian entrepreneurs, the globalists, the profit center, vultures, or the Wall Street's greedy. They are organized and coordinated somewhere out there, and they can't give you what can placate you a little bit, what can give you a little bit of respite. Okay, so you can use the money they give you. They give you $1 billion and make it look like, oh, we're giving you $1 billion, but that $1 billion is usually to buy power. So you could distribute that power, that money amongst your power apparatus, and kind of buy some kind of loyalty and buy subjugations. One of the things that we should learn from Abiy is that he had that choice to make, and then you could see it in the Nobel Prize that he was awarded. Essentially, it was a bet. They were betting him. They invited him to the Davos, the Switzerland, where he was meant to give a speech. They just wanted to understand him. Really, who is this guy? Quantify him and really understand him. Is he rhetoric, or does he really mean what he says? And they saw him do his thing and with Eritrea, and I was like, is that power play? Is that something? Is there some substance? So what Abiy, which confused them a little bit at the start, but by 2019, when Ethiopia signed the treaty between Eritrea, Somalia, and Ethiopia, I think later other countries have joined. He was making that choice. He was making the choice. When he released prisoners, he was making the choice. When he said Ethiopia needs to reorient itself differently than it has oriented itself over the past 30 years, he was making that choice. So he had a choice to align himself to the public, to the people, or a choice to say, you know what, I will just take in the few trinkets of money that comes our way and use that money to buy my power. But he made a very intelligent choice in that the money they were giving Ethiopia to buy its silence, to buy its compliance, was no longer sufficient enough to keep powerful entities like TPLF in power any longer. It was not enough. The reason TPLF lost power is not because Abiy is smart, intelligent, and has better organization than them. It's just because the realities on the ground is so different. 120 million people, 70 to 80% of the populations that is desiring and determined to change its fortune has had enough of waiting to have a government that sees them, that supports them, that stands with them. They're just too tired. The demographic challenge, the demographic conditions in Ethiopia was so, the pressure cooker that was coming from within, much more acute. And it's hard to read from outsiders. But he read that very clearly. He says, this is where Ethiopia is. But even if I don't have money, if I align myself, if I don't have the resources to answer their questions, but if I align myself with them, they will be the one to rescue my interest, my power, my desire. I'm talking about Abiy as a political calculator. I'm talking about Abiy as a nationalist, somebody who cares about his country. But that is another level. But at the base fundamental level, is just a choice I make. So African countries, need to begin to make their choices to align themselves ever more strongly with their people, even when they don't have answers for their people, because I think that it will pay off in huge amounts. Once you align yourself with the people, then you start to make the people partners to resolving the long-held problems that you've not, generations after generations of leaders have not resolved. On poverty, on security, and many other issues that really are the top of mind of a lot of Africans. When I say a lot of Africans, I'm talking about 80 to 90% of Africans. So you align yourself with that, but you don't have the resources to resolve it, but you have them as a team, as part of it. And they will understand you when you're struggling. They will understand you when you don't have the resources to be able to meet them. They will give you time, a bridging space. They will say, okay, he is a leader. At least the prospect of you resolving their crisis and their problems that has not been resolved for centuries, for decades, that prospect is about to end. That the notion that the prospect that is about to end usually buys you huge amount of time and huge amount of goodwill. And that goodwill is the thing that you can cash in. And that's what Abiy did. He cashed in on that goodwill that he built up over the 3 years that he was there. He didn't have the military and the mechanical strength, but he had the spiritual and intellectual and emotional strength that emanated from the energy of the people. Not all the people, but most of the people. The critical mass of the people. Not every one of them, but enough people, sufficient people to come on your side. Like I would say 30 to 40% of the population on your side is usually a very powerful force. So African countries can learn about that. The other part that you have to think of your engagement with so-called enemy, quote-unquote enemy, or your opponents, your engagement, take it at multiple levels. Make the war everywhere. Don't make the war just about your country. Make the war about everything. That's what Ethiopia has done. They took the front line everywhere. Abiy took, and his leadership took the front line in the shores of the United States and Virginia. And then they are saying that we can actually influence elections in your country. Whether that is true or not, it doesn't matter. The specter of the possibility of it scares politicians. Short-term-minded people, politicians will be scared. At least they'll be put off. And then they took it to the shores of the Europeans, made them, forced them to have to say, no, we are not neo-colonialists. They forced them to do this by turning the issue into an African issue, a Pan-Africanist issue, whether Abiy was genuine or not, whether the Ethiopian government was genuine or not, it doesn't matter. The landscape of the battlefield was not just narrow northern Ethiopia, it was everywhere. It was everywhere possible. That's the second lesson that you have. You take every avenue, your platform, your podium, your social media, your traditional media, your communities, elders and religious leaders on the ground everywhere. Your political oppositions, elections, all of those things are the battlefront for carrying out this national level strategies that you want, if you want to extricate yourself from the enemies that don't want you to extricate yourself. The last thing I would say, you have to provide some wins along the way. You can't just wait for the win to come later on. So the dam is one of them. The many projects that Abiy has done is so many of them. They are important wins. They are small wins. They might not have significant impact, but it places in the minds of your people that the solutions are not, we're not waiting for the solution ahead, that they see you resolving some things along the way. So crises come, you have to use those crises as an advantage to demonstrate to people that you are for the people. So I'm going to demand the crisis that Ethiopia just faced this day, yesterday and the day before, that I'm going to see Abiy and his team use that opportunity to demonstrate to the Ethiopian people that they mean the best for the people, that they will align with the people, not with the narrow interest and narrow-minded political forces that cannot be relied on to build anything, to create anything. So hopefully, I know these are big stuff in there, packed in there. Hopefully I've managed to clearly point out the three levels, the big levels, and then the more tactical operational level, which is the way you operate the battlefield, and then the kind of like the what I call, instead of waiting for big wins, stagger the wins into small wins. Staggering means like, oh, there's always a win. So when the new library was open, it makes a difference. When you when you start the first filling of the dam, it makes a difference. The second filling of the dam, it makes a difference. When you say, oh, now we have the first phase of lights coming out of the dam, it makes a difference. When you actually go out and say, you know what, regions can be like, use the constitution to be formed in Ethiopia. The constitution allowed them to form their region. Those are small wins that add up to the broader argument that you're trying to make. So I wanted to make those points. Those are the lessons that African countries can learn in terms of how they actually can extricate themselves from colonial and neo-colonialist vested interests.
Wow. Thank you, the brain. Really insightful and analytical as always. There's a lot. I mean, that I think the world, us as Africans, should be learning. As somebody who might be a bit outside, but looking into the nation, I see a lot. I mean, there's a lot of things. Even the influence of Ethiopia. I mean, maybe one of the questions inside this question is the influence Ethiopia has in terms of, and what it has given the world in terms of, I said coffee, which is one of the best thing that the world is consuming and even benefiting. They are making billions out of the something that was founded here in Africa, Ethiopia to be specific. And another thing is, as some people might not know, years past, Ethiopia was the fastest growing economy in the world, not just in the continent. And those are the things that we should be aspiring and drawing inspiration from Ethiopia. Those are the positives that we need to look into Ethiopia as a
look at
a
Ethiopian
nation.
Airlines. Look at Ethiopian Airlines.
Ethiopian Airlines,
in the middle of the pandemic, is the one of the only few airlines that is making profits. It really quickly adjusted that cargoes are the way to go, as opposed to people traveling.
You know,
yeah.
I'm sorry to catch you the brain, but
Yes,
you know, those are the things that I'm expecting people to even talk more about. The positive things, the things that we should be drawing more inspiration, because we need more inspiration than the negative. Yes, there's the negative side, but let's look at the positives are a lot.
Yes.
And sometimes maybe when you live in your country, you might not see the positive that others are seeing and the opportunities others are seeing in your nation. And you just mentioned Ethiopia, the Ethiopian airline right now in Africa. I think late that other night when we had a long session, we talked about the airlines, and we talked about Ethiopian airline, that it is the face of African airline at the moment. When you talk about African airline and Black excellence, when you look at airline that is across the continent, taking people in and out of the continent, that is hosted and founded here in the continent, is Ethiopian airline. Those are the things that we need to be drawing inspiration from. And I wish people can even, I was waiting for this type of stuff.
Can I say this about coffee? I am against, if I am in charge of government, one of the things I would say that Ethiopia would not export coffee anymore, would only export coffee experience. That is the thing I would say. I know people will say, how are you crazy? We're going to lose. No, I guarantee you, instead of making $500 million, $600 million, Ethiopia could make billions of dollars from selling the exports of coffee. I would go out there and say that you accept Ethiopian coffee stores in your country. Tomoka is one of the well-known Ethiopian coffee shops in Addis. They've opened a shop in Tokyo. I guarantee you that shop in Tokyo makes a lot more money. Just it's such an efficient and it's such an effective way of making money, because they are selling not just the coffee, but the experience that comes with coffee. Because drinking coffee in Ethiopia is an experience. The coffee is in a tiny cup, but the sitting around, the sharing, the discussion, the connections, the businesses deals that are made. And then ask me a question, who is making money out of the coffee experience is Starbucks is making money out of the experience. They're not making money on the coffee. They're making more money out of the experience of selling coffee. So to me, that Ethiopia has to strategically think about, okay, our culture, our values are so powerful, so poignant, that we should be thinking about exporting it. And we do export it. We just don't own it. We have to own it. And I think that's another lesson that we've done. I think our Ethiopian Airlines does that. And I think our schooling system could be another areas that we that people could learn from. Our religious institutions that have incredible education system that they could learn from. Ethiopian Airlines had this cargo surplus capacity in it. When the pandemic hit, companies were looking for cargo need to fill in huge demand to fill in the cargo. And one of the airlines that had that excess capacity was Ethiopian Airlines. It was shipping vaccines from Miami to Beijing to Amsterdam, everywhere in between, shipping goods and services, goods that would normally. I mean, look, it is incredible how it took advantage of that, and that is an African excellence right there. And thank you for really pointing that out, Israel. Really, that we should be talking about that strongly in the normal movement. The normal movement, that is that is something that has really galvanized a lot of this underground movement, anti-socialist movement around the world, anti-imperialist movement, anti-capitalist movement, anti-oppression movement. The normal movement put together by Eritreans, Ethiopians, and Somalis together. That was a very powerful. Yes, it helped Ethiopia stand up to these things, but it's now an export of Ethiopia's idea, Africans' idea, Eritreans' idea, and in Somalis' idea of how the normal movement. I mean, look at. To me, this platform itself is an embodiment of the Ethiopian resistance. So I think those are the good qualities things. Thank you for really we always tend to talk about the big things, but I think the small thing the thing that appears small are very important to Israel.
They're very important. I think some of the things that as we learn, we also need to get inspired. When learning lacks inspiration, it gets boring. Even kids, when you don't inspire them, and when you teach kids and you're making music, you're doing different things to the kids, they learn more easy than if you just say sit down and listen to me the whole time.
Yes.
So the more we talk about things that we can draw inspiration, when we talk about maybe the Ethiopian airline, how have they been profitable, what they've been doing throughout the COVID period, and so many things. I mean, there's so much that we can take from, and even ideas that you are mentioning, the brain about the coffee experience. And I think even when the Tezi is here, and
can
he
I add
said
something
on
what Israel said?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just want him to talk about how we drink coffee as a family without inviting neighbors. We cannot drink coffee at home. That's like our traditional value. Like you cannot make coffee and drink it without inviting your neighbors. If you have 10 neighbors, they all have to come to drink with you. That's the best thing.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I just want him to add that on the.
That actually, when I said experience, I was packing all of that under subtext.
Gotcha.
So when I say experience, we should export the experience, because the experience. Do you know how many conflicts have been resolved around the coffee table in Ethiopia?
Definitely.
Do you know how people have learned to not just only tolerate other people's faith, they learn to love other people's faith?
Yeah, we talk about our problems on coffee ceremony.
Yeah, because neighbors come together irrespective of what their faith, their religion is, and right. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Like that experience is much more. There's a lot of layer to it.
Yeah.
So I packed it together in experience.
If I know that there is something wrong between my neighbor's wife and her husband, I make coffee and I invite the seniors, and we invite them, and they try to make peace between them while we drink the coffee. So coffee is like our therapy kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I want people to explain when you talk about coffee, I don't think a lot of people have the experience of it. But if you can tell them the whole 9 yard, what
Oh,
does the coffee is about?
so I'm gonna attempt the big picture, and then I'm gonna let somebody else who have better experiences. The big picture is that you make, so every family, they do their chores on a daily basis, but either sometimes in the morning or the afternoon, depending on, I think it goes around from neighbor to neighbor. Actually, yesterday was that neighbor, today is the next neighbor, and then they all have that turn around. They all have their own turn. But what they do is that, like, they make the entire coffee ceremony is like the roasting of the coffee is part of it. You make the roast, and the smelling of the, like, after you finish roasting it, you have to go around, make everybody smell and say, check out, oh, okay, then you've roasted it properly. And then all the way to like andanya, hulatanya, sostanya, even the adages that comes with it. There are adages to it. Like, yeah, and then like they have meanings. The number one coffee, the first round of the coffee that goes around has some significance meaning to it. Even which degree is it, aratanya, or I'm saying, I don't know. It's the one that who do you give it to? Which one is the least caffeinated version? Because it's at some point it becomes a decaf. It's no longer as potent in terms of like an awakening
But
agent.
yeah,
So
you
then
have
can
to
give it to
explain.
children.
Ezra, you
Yeah.
got to explain that we have the spot, okay?
Yes.
And when you boil, the first boil, and let the coffee settle, and you serve the first cup with it, okay? And then you add more water to it again, you boil it again. So the process is not quick. You got to wait for the first one, you drink the first one, then they add more water to it. Now everybody else is talking, they're celebrating. If there's a celebration, they talking about issues, what is immediate. So
And
that's
all the
why
gossips.
all the gossips you got in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And you get all the information, but it's very therapeutical for everybody, because you might have a health issue. It's over there. They'll tell you, why don't you go and see and so and so. So it's a social
Centerpiece. I would say
centerpiece.
yes.
I think it's the heart. It's the heart of
Absolutely.
the way they discuss. And in fact, there's a story. I think it's in Wolo, and between two Afanagus, these are the people that are really talking to the king and all that. They declare war against each other. Okay, so the guy now, Desi, is like going, okay, before I go to war, I'm going to have coffee, right? So he got all his commanders, all his troops having their coffee ceremony. On the third one, before they get to the third one, the other one sent a message, and he said, I'm waiting for you here. What's going on? How come you're not here? And he told him, hey, I didn't finish my third cup. So the enemy, per se, at that time, just walked straight to with no defense, nothing, and no war. And he said, what's wrong with you? I've been waiting for this war. He said, why don't you have a seat? Join me on can you make another coffee, please? So they started that coffee, and that day, nobody went to
They
war.
discussed.
They discussed it, and they just dismissed
They discussed,
it.
they gossiped, and
It was done.
yeah.
So it gives
Coffee
you time.
gossip.
Yeah, it gives you time to rethink it over, and it gives
I
you time to help one
guarantee you,
another.
I guarantee you, the world has not experienced the full extent of power of the coffee, and only Ethiopians have figured that out. And once we export the coffee ceremony around the world, the Russians and the Americans will come to the terms of, oh, we should no longer need nuclear power. We can resolve.
I like the traditional medication that they make with it. Like, if someone's sick, and they
Yeah,
came to
with
drink
honey.
coffee in your house, you just mix it with honey if
Yep.
they have diarrhea or something,
Yes, it can solve
and they
diarrhea
give
stuff.
them.
Yeah.
And then the enadam, I don't know what is enadam in English, but they just
It's
crush
rosemary.
the enadam and mix it with coffee, and they give you. It's like it's everything for us,
Coffee with butter. Have you had
Yeah.
it?
Hey,
Coffee with salt.
you guys, why you go that far? Even the pharmaceutical are using caffeine for a lot of heart issues. For a lot,
I know.
they
We
use it
discovered it
on
first.
babies. On baby.
So
One of the things that I have.
what I'm saying to Ethiopian people is to start thinking about, we should be thinking about exporting values.
Yep.
Exporting values, not exporting goods. When
To
you
be
export,
honest, nowadays I see so many foreign people, not Ethiopian people, enjoying our food, enjoying the coffee. Like I see so many vloggers on YouTube. Like really, I think it's going there.
no, but
Yeah,
we Ethiopians
Yeah.
are not there. It's foreigners who are there. Ethiopians have to be there. We have to be the one saying, okay, we know better. We understand it better. We will use it to resolve your conflict that you've had for 70 years. That's how we should be thinking. We should be grand about it. And
That's true.
when it comes to the Ethiopian Airlines, sorry to take these things. One of the things that Ethiopian Airlines has done over the past 10 years that people probably don't pay attention to is the hubs it created.
Do you guys know how Ethiopia come to discover coffee?
Oh, okay.
No.
I think Prof. Kur once explained it. Once came with a presentation of the history. I wish he was here today, but you can also share it to the listeners.
Okay, so there is this guy. I don't know which part of Ethiopia though,
Kafa.
but
Kafa.
What? Oh, was it Kafa? Okay, so
the name coffee comes from Kafa itself.
Kafa,
oh,
yeah.
got you. So
it's mispronunciation. Coffee is mispronunciation.
I know it's bunna, right?
No,
we call it
like
bunna.
No, like the English version of it. The Arabs who took it and they couldn't pronounce
Okay.
Kafa, so they just pronounced coffee.
Oh no, I heard that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Hello?
I think she dropped.
The story is his name is Kaldis, shepherd who had his goats. So the story is told in the form of myth, so it's not necessarily told in terms of facts. It's in the form of myth. That was one of the ways that you could keep the stories going for centuries. Is the myth story was that this shepherd who was shepherding his goats, and they run into this coffee plant with really nice, delicious looking reddish coffee beans, like that look like raspberries. I think raspberries, some blueberries, but they are red berries. And they ate those things, and they started jumping and dancing. And I'm like, why my goats dancing like this? So I picked a few of them, took home, and then the family, consumed them. And like, wow, this is delicious. Hence the genesis of the discovery of coffee. And then the family, consumed them. And like, wow, this is delicious. Hence the.
I think she's back in. You got your YouTube on, so muted. Go ahead.
Brooke, go ahead.
Brooke, you still there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, go ahead, because we lost you.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So where was I? I was explaining about Kaldis.
Yeah, I took a stab at it for you while you were out there.
Okay, so I heard that this guy, he is a shepherd, who is like taking the sheep out, and then he noticed that whenever they eat these beans, the sheep get excited, they run around, they just get high. So he's like, you know what, I have to try it, and he tried it himself, and he found out that whenever he drink that, he feel more energetic, awakened, and that's how he found the coffee. And then there is a coffee shop in Ethiopia that they named it after his name, Kaldis, and it's like Ethiopian version of Starbucks, you know. So yeah, that's what I learned.
Guys,
I'm
do you
glad
see
you
this
brought up
question
that.
here?
Yeah, because there was a lawsuit from Starbucks. The
Oh,
Starbucks
really?
kind of they kind of sue Caldas because they got pretty much the green and the
Oh,
circle,
definitely. It
you know.
looks like
Yeah,
Starbucks.
and they just try to defame it, but unfortunately, it's the real story of Ethiopia coffee. So you cannot sue
Yeah.
them. You know,
Yeah.
Starbucks itself buy from Ethiopia. Like 90% of the coffee
Yeah.
comes
there
from
was an
Ethiopia.
issue people were saying about Starbucks. They're trying to basically they want to have the rights and lease those areas, and I'm so glad that Ethiopia didn't fall for that. They said no, we'll provide you the coffee, but you're not going to own nothing.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that Africa should learn. You got to say no when it comes to certain rights. Like coffee, and you want to have a whole land. You keep selling your land and have on the lease term. We experienced a lot of those things. Now they're under review in Ethiopia, like for the flowers, for coffee, for a lot of things to have the right to lease them, but at the same time, people are not benefiting from them.
Yeah.
I saw this other comment. It's a funny comment by Habesha. He's saying, should we buy African dictators a cup of coffee or a sack of
Definitely.
coffee?
A cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. I would say we should buy them a seat around Ethiopian coffee. A seat around.
At least if you have a dictator, a dictator, president or prime minister, right? If you have a chance to have a coffee, you got a good chance to survive for the next 15 days.
I'm telling you, Biggie, you're right on that. But I really take it seriously. Like African countries should really begin to say, we're not just gonna export materials. We're gonna have to demand to earn the highest possible value. I mean, like you go on Google how much Starbucks is making, and you go on Google how much Ethiopia is making from coffee, how much Uganda is making from coffee. It only tells you that one is extracting more value out of the idea of coffee. Oh yeah, Mika. Yeah, we you definitely.
Somebody send Mika some coffee, guys, please.
Yeah,
some
but he needs to
Ethiopian
go to
coffee.
Ethiopia now. He needs to go to Ethiopia. Go to
He must
Ethiopia.
bring those bags when he comes.
That's another reminder.
I know, so like it's easy to think in terms of goods because we think in simple terms. But I guarantee
Ethiopia,
you,
I want to say to Mika, Ethiopia, they ran out of lemon, so at least he can get a coffee. Everybody want to throw lemon on, beautiful ladies, so they ran out of it. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. We were having that joke yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
We're
going to treat you with coffee.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah. So to me, like seriously, like on a serious note, I know people it doesn't square in clearly, but I guarantee you, we are much better off if the Ethiopian government, whoever is in charge of trade and relationship with others, you should be thinking very hard about how to organize Ethiopian coffee shops, or Ethiopia, or those people selling Ethiopian coffee ceremony, and then earning a lot of foreign visitors. Because when I worked in Ethiopia, every time I had visitors from outside, every time I took them there, the second time they would beg me to make sure it's part of the itinerary, a formal itinerary, part of the visit. So a lot of foreigners are willing to sit there, pay $5 for that tiny cup of coffee.
That's
so
true.
we should be thinking about like making like 100 times more from every coffee beans than just so desperate that we are happy to settle for $500 million or $1 billion from the coffee beans. And our farmers did. If you actually look at the statistics, over 200,000 families, households depend on the sale of exports outside. Over 200,000. And for that dependency, how much of what do they get out of it? Barely just above poverty or on the poverty level kind of return for it. They are doing the bidding and of helping protect and preserve the a resource that is so useful and so powerful and so potent in our daily life, but they are not given as much reward. So it is up to us as leaders and as government to be thinking about, like, what are more ways we can extract value out of this coffee. So the coffee is not just a piece of fruit that you pick up. Coffee is also idea. The coffee idea can't be monetized, and it is, and there are examples of it being done around the world. The only one that's not doing it is African countries, and particularly Ethiopia. Everybody else is doing it. Italians who have no coffee plants are doing it. French who have no coffee plants are doing it. Americans who have no coffee plantations or who don't grow any coffee are doing it. Why isn't Ethiopia doing it? Why shouldn't Ethiopia do it? Why shouldn't Ethiopian farmers get 10 times more value from selling the coffee, from growing the coffee? Why shouldn't they? So it doesn't make sense for us to sit around to always, we increase the volume of our coffee exports by 20%. That doesn't give me celebrations. We increase the price of coffee. We earn, because we are at the mercy of global market, and the global market this year, coffee is so important. Now it's gone up by 25% the price, and that's the thing that we celebrate. I don't want to celebrate that. That is nothing to celebrate for. What to celebrate for is that if we manage to really maximize and optimize what we can get out of it, and we manage to see it. So when I heard Tomoka open an office in, Tomoka, I don't know if any one of you Ethiopians know.
I've been there. It's so good.
Tomoka,
goodness.
when I heard they opened a shop in Tokyo, I was like, the Ethiopian government should be saying to Tomoka, we will cut down your taxes by 20% every time you open a shop somewhere outside in the world. Because every time Ethiopian
Tomoka
business
has been around for around more than 60 years.
Yeah, but the thing about, yes, in Ethiopia, but they just opened, I think I don't know if it's still open, but I know they just opened a shop in Japan, Tokyo, Japan.
Wow.
They should be in London. They should be in Brussels. They should be in Berlin. They should be in Cape Town. They should
You're
be in
giving
Accra.
me another business idea, Isra.
Yeah. I've been saying this for years. Nobody has heard me. I mean, if I had the money to do it, I would have done it. But this is an idea that shop in Tokyo shop in Tomoka, I guarantee you earn somewhere between $2 and $10 million a year. $2 to $10 million a year. That's just one shop. And then how much is Ethiopia getting as a result? Because the money can be repatriated back home. Every time you have your shop, every time Starbucks has a shop somewhere else, a lot of that money goes back to America in the form of tax. So what do you think of, imagine Ethiopia has, Kaldis, for example, Ethiopian Kaldis has hundreds and thousands of shops across Africa, across the world. Of course, some Kaldis need to improve a lot. It looks more like Starbucks than it should not be. I mean, I don't care for Starbucks too much. The design is flawed, very cold. It's very, sometimes I find it to be it's the only place available for me to buy coffee. But I'm not. To me, it can be even more warm. It can be more Ethiopian. Ethiopian coffee experience is much warmer. It's much more welcoming. It's much more joyful. Fandisha, having fandisha there, having popcorns. That's having all the things about the stories that are told around the coffee ceremonies. So having corners for children to come in there, have storytelling for children, and all sort of things. Then people will say, we should have this Ethiopian coffee store in our school. They won't just have in our corners in our city. They will say, let's have them in our school, in our corners in our school. And I guarantee you will make more money. Ethiopia will make billions of dollars out of it. Billions. and it is not. Nobody's doing anything about it. So if you have an idea, if you have money to do it, go out there and start coffee business, Ethiopian style coffee business, Ethiopian approach. It doesn't have to be exactly like Ethiopian, but it has to have the spirit and the essence of coffee, and that's all that matters. And then just around the coffee. The goal is to be around the coffee. As long as so you can adapt it to the nature and to the condition of environment. If you're in Germany, adapt it to the German a little bit. Adapt it to South Africa a little bit. Adapt it to Ghana a little bit. Adapt it to the environment a little bit. That is your job as a business, as an entrepreneur. I'm not saying you should exactly replicate everything that out of Ethiopia, but take the core fundamental stuff and build on it so that other people can see and connect with it. And then in return, you do something so profound for yourself and for your country and for Africa as well. And you show other Africans the same thing.
And the other thing I just want
I
to add,
agree.
a lot of people, we talked about just the coffee itself, right? And really, if you look into other researches, where the benefit of the coffee, one, I tell you all in this panel, right? Let's say you got a smelly fridge. Just put it in a little paper, wrap it, and use it, and place it in the fridge. It will get rid of the smelly fridge. This is guaranteed. Just like a potpourri, but healthy enough to put it in the refrigerator. And the other thing is, you can use also, you can compost it and use it. It's one of the best fertilizers.
Actually, to
collect
add to that, Biggie, to add to that, I found that when I was working in a farm in Butaja, I learned about this from composters. It's the most powerful agent for accelerating composting process. So you add coffee to a compost process, it will accelerate it. It will make it. It's like caffeinating the process.
Right. There's a lot more. We extract the bean, but the cover of the fruit itself is used for antioxidant in the form of juice and drinks.
Oh my God.
Yes. And there's a lot more about coffee that never been told. But as we speak of coffee and the health benefit is amazing. It's a high group of antioxidants. Okay, all those antioxidants help us for the cardiovascular disease, inflammation, and nasty things. Why antioxidant? A lot of plant-based food and drink. Coffee is particularly good source. So that's one thing that I would say about the coffee. I mean, it's not just imagine. There's nothing to waste out of coffee.
It
You
helps
drink
with
it.
Alzheimer, dementia.
Yes.
A lot of things because it kicks in this antioxidants that get rid of inflammations, and one of them is coffee.
Can I talk a little bit about Ethiopian Airlines, guys?
About what?
Ethiopian Airlines.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Please,
one of the things that other countries can learn from Ethiopian Airlines is a very well thought out strategic thinking of thinking ahead 10 years and 20 years. So what you see Ethiopian Airlines being is something they thought about 10, 20 years ago. They really strategize, say we want to be by 2020 this, and put in the really necessary stuff. So one of the things they did was that in order to really de-risk the company. So there's a lot of risk in running airlines. To de-risk the company, Ethiopian Airlines had a strategy of creating different hubs in different parts of Africa. So they approached so many countries, but it didn't work out. But some places it worked out. The first place it worked out was in Togo. It's based in Togo right now. The airline is called AirSky. And interestingly, AirSky is not 100% Ethiopian Airlines initiative. It was 30 or 29. Probably that number has gone up or is different right now. But the collaboration of ECO and ECOWAS regional banking, EcoBank, and a number of West African entities coming together in collaboration with Ethiopian Airlines. They say their approach to Ethiopian Airlines say you have expertise in airlines and establishment and management. You bring in your expertise, You bring in a couple of planes that you are about to retire to us, okay, or you're about to change to us to this airline, and we'll give you the management, and it will give you 30-something% share, and then build an airline, and then look at what it did. What it did is stabilize the fluctuation of airlines in the region in West Africa, because airlines were coming in and going out, because they were not operating properly. So this airline came in, the AirSky, a venture initiative between the regional forces, banking, financial sectors, and I think it's a number of groups in collaboration, so bringing their own different competencies. Some of them brought finance as a competency. Ethiopian Airlines brought its airline management as a competency, and then it stabilized the area in such a way that it really so then airlines could be relied upon in that region, so that people can book and get their flight on. I'm not saying that airline is perfect, but airline has thrived, and then that it thrived so well that it became a feeder to the Ethiopian Airlines. Ethiopian Airlines became a feeder to it. So Ethiopian Airlines would feed to it, so to places, so that AirSky is going to places that Ethiopian Airlines is not going, but Ethiopian Airlines is bringing the passengers from all over the world to Lome, and they're going to all these different places. And that thing became so successful that now Ethiopian Airlines has a similar relationship in Malawi. Another working relationship is in Namibia, and I think some kind of in the Congo as well. They're working with the countries as well to build those different hubs. And then more than that, airlines like Air Rwanda right now, that is also on the rise, and I think Tanzanian Airlines as well are also taking the cue from Ethiopian Airlines in building a very efficient and sustainable airlines. Even in West Africa now, their new airlines are looking at Ethiopian Airlines as an example, and Kenya Airways and South African Airways are now beginning a way to thinking about how do we revitalize the airline by collaborating, by cooperating, and that's a new area. So that contribution that Ethiopian Airlines has made is not only the image that it does on a substantive basis on the ground, on the continent, is allowing air transport to be more efficient, more reliable, but it's also bringing other countries to see, other entities to see, oh, we can actually do it. We can mimic this. We can look at this, and then this is not even adding the work of Ethiopian Airlines as the major trainer of African pilots in the continent who travel to Ethiopia to study and get their certification for piloting and even technician work. So that's an incredible contribution that Ethiopian Airlines. I wish the banking sector would do the same thing. I wish Ethiopian Telecom sector would do the same thing. I wish Ethiopian universities would do similar things and really elevate themselves to a level of Ethiopian Airlines, so that they become a center of attractions for other African countries to see, okay, I can go to Ethiopia, get affordable education that is reliable and usable, and that can be applied in my context in my country. And so the Ethiopian sectors, and I wish the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia thinks, okay, why can't we have branch in other places? And hence, and also in return, I wish the Ethiopian government opens up itself to African banks, not necessarily outside banks, like EcoBank is an African bank. It should be open. The Ethiopian banking sector should be open to African banks by now. We shouldn't wait too long to allow African banks to come in into Ethiopia. They will bring in a lot of expertise that European banks will not bring into us. There are South African banks. I remember working with a South African bank that was donating to my school huge amount of money, even though they didn't have a branch in Ethiopia. They were in Ethiopia lobbying and talking to the government to allow the banks. The bank is, I think, Standard Bank. I think the name is Standard Bank. I'm sure Israel know it. But I want Ethiopia also to open up itself to African countries, because there are a lot of successes across Africa, from tech to banking to services, that Ethiopians can learn from and can bring it into it. So it's not just Ethiopia. What can Ethiopia teach Africa? I think Ethiopia can learn a lot from Africa and the way Africa is managing the modern world, the tech world, from Kenya from Nairobi to Lagos and everywhere in between. There's a lot of smart, intelligent things going on, and I think those things can be learned from too.
Well,
Just to add into that is that Ethiopia was one of the first that had full certification to operate and work on avionics. The key thing to having the airlines is the avionics. You know, you can do all the mechanical work on the ground, but Ethiopia was the first authorized by Boeing to work on the avionics. In fact, if there's any avionics issue on Boeing, the mechanics, the closest mechanic that's going to come out is going to be the Ethiopian mechanics that works on the avionics. And the other thing that made us very strong in Africa is that we are an uncolonized first airline being given the right to work on those things by Boeing and the relation with America. Don't forget, Ethiopia was one of the first before the UN to be part of the treaty and had a lot of rights of achieving great things. All the rest, like Misra is one. Misra is another airline. It was the oldest per se, but still under British and all that. You know, any colony that has airline doesn't count, basically. You know, it's just the creation of being allowed as an independent, uncolonized country that had the airline first in Africa.
Thank you very much, Biggie and the Brain. Um, I will be taking now the final closing statements. I know this is just the beginning and of this conversation about Ethiopia, lessons learned, and as an old nation as well. It's not just a young nation like other countries in the continent. This is an old nation. There's so many lessons and so many inspiration that we can draw from this land. And I believe we will have another show. His Excellency will be here as well, and yeah, and there'll be now more questions and stuff that we can take questions and can have a lot of people that can come and answer some of the questions regarding Ethiopia and things that are happening there and anything, you know. And just before I take the final comments or closing statements, guys, please subscribe. Please subscribe. I can't stress that enough. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Um, we only need 67 subscribers to reach 197,000 subscribers. So please subscribe. If you're joining us or you've just joined us, please subscribe. Subscribe. Just make sure you've subscribed because it's easy to miss the subscription. All you do is you'll be just going straight to the comments or just going to listen. But just go to that red icon there below. Just click subscribe, turn on the notification bell, like and share with family and friends. And yeah, that's how you can keep this movement growing and grow with us. And I see some people have been commenting, and I see even His Excellency Mika has been on the chats as well, joining us on the chat. So thank you very much, His Excellency. And I want to thank also Tenzen, but I'll give a lot of shout out later on. But for now, in closing, I would love to start with our beautiful, beautiful sister, Brooke. Your closing statements in terms of what other nations on the continent can learn and the people on the ground can learn from Ethiopia.
Okay. So maybe I want to talk about the dam. When the GERD dam started, people were buying bonds, but were just collecting money for that because we were so hopeful that this dam, we were gonna build this dam, and it's gonna change so many lives. And at some point that dam became income stream for so many people in power. But we were still collecting money, we were still buying bonds, but nothing was moving. The dam was not moving. And they tell us, oh, it's gonna start working next year, the next year, but we never saw it happen. But we never gave up. So when Abiy came in power, he said the same thing. Okay, let's gather money to finish this dam. And we didn't say, oh, that happened before, we're not going to trust you. We did. We still gathering money to finish the dam. So why I'm saying this, because so many diasporas, when they leave the country, they just want to forget about their country. They don't want to look back. They just don't want to hear, because they've been dealing with so many things back home, and they just don't want to relive that experience. But what you learn from Ethiopian people is never give up, because the dam's still here, but the TPLF is gone. And tomorrow, Abiy might not be here, but the dam will still be here for our children. So when it comes to build your country, when it comes to build, you have to help the government no matter what. You have to stand with them. So this is what I learned from, I think the other countries have to learn from Ethiopia. Never give up on your country. And we're so involved in politics. We're so involved in, in issues about Ethiopia. As you see, we march together, we gather together, we protest, we do everything. But at the same time, we held accountable, we held the government accountable about what they do in the country. It's not that we're supporting the government, but we're supporting the country. But when it comes to abusing power, we still question the government. We still, want them to do good by the people. So I think from the people, this is what you learn. If you ask me about the government, I think Abiy is the most successful government when it comes to using the diaspora effectively. He is using the diaspora effectively. We were the enemy of the country. But now, we are invited to the country. We're gathering money for building, for so many things. So, listen to the diaspora, listen to your people. There are so many things that they can, help. So I think this is what other people learn from Ethiopians. I'm done.
Thank you very, very much, Brooke. I'd love to give the brain your closing statement for tonight. I know you're going to have another show, and I would love you guys to also come back again, where I'll take a lot of questions. There were some questions that are, or maybe some of the questions you can maybe even answer now. There's a question that I thought was a good question. Where is that question? But we will have another session where obviously I will love you guys to answer some of the questions from the people or the guys on the here's the question that maybe the brain can maybe answer this, and also your closing statements as well with regards to the inspiration and what we can learn from Ethiopia, what Ethiopia stand for, and what Ethiopia should be. So just this question first, then we can go into other matters.
I think why haven't introduced? I think I know it's a cop-out answer, but it is a true answer. It is a cop-out answer in that it is essentially entrepreneurship is about a sense of self-worth. It's how you see yourself, how worthy you think you are. Entrepreneurs are risk takers. Risk taking, it means that you have to take decisions with little information that you have. Not all the information that you have, but little. No, you have no indication that the entrepreneurship path that you're going to take is going to guarantee you success, but you have to believe nevertheless. So to me, one of the challenges of Ethiopia and Ethiopians and Africans in general is that we have a lot of entrepreneurial skill, but we have to think of it from the perspective that, a lot of entrepreneurial potentials. That means the ability to organize multiple, what I call disparate resources. Disparate resources means things over there, things over there, things over there. So an idea that is something that hasn't arrived pops into your head, like Rich has done. Okay, it pops in your head. And it hasn't been, there's no example of it. And then the next thing you have to do is, how do I operationalize these things? What resources can I deploy now? How much of it can I make succeed right now? How much of it's this thing? So what the problem? So why haven't we done it? Is because we don't believe that we are worthy of beating companies like Starbucks. We don't believe that we are worthy of shining in the world stage with our ideas, with our methods, with our approach. We don't believe, because the ordinary person who has no experience of the world, how the world is going to continue to experience the coffee experience that they do experience on a daily basis. But those of us who see the world, who understand the way the world works and how to make money, how to profit from it, how to create value and then extract value from that things that you've created, monetize value, those people, you have to, like, a lot of the people, all they think is that, like, they're worthy to go and find a coffee producer and bag it and bring it. Oh, we can sell this bag of coffee here. Oh, we don't go beyond that. But what I'm challenging you to do is to really think even further than that, to really believe that you can actually go out there and create companies that make wave across the world. Yes, the world is not. I'm not naive that the world is not going to make it easy, but the world is not easy even for companies like Starbucks. Yes, there's some people they can talk to make it easy for them to access this, to access that. But if they don't let us access their market, but there are other markets that we can access. There's now a free African trade zone. I don't know if I'm stating it properly. Somebody can correct me on that one. But those are things that are now on the pipeline. Take advantage of those things. Open a shop in Nairobi, not in Brussels, because the barrier to entry in Brussels might be high, but the barriers to entry in Kenya might not be as high. So have your way around. Like, think about African countries that might actually experience what you're offering and say, "Oh wow, that makes us feel at home." And there's a lot of them out there. So you can take examples of Ethiopian restaurants across Africa that are successful. I know Mika experiences in Dar es Salaam. There's a lot of Ethiopian restaurants across Africa, not just across the world, across Africa. When I was in Ghana, there were 2 Ethiopian restaurants, in addition to another pop-up Ethiopian restaurant. Pop-up meaning like it opens up temporarily, but it's not always there. But it's not because we're a lot of Ethiopians in Ghana. A lot of Ghanaians, a lot of foreigners. In fact, when I was in Ghana, I remember tourists who were vegetarians, because like West Africa, meat eating is so much more, like vegetarianism is not really high. And so Ethiopian food offers options of vegetarian food or vegan or vegetarian options. And they would flock to Ethiopian restaurants just to access the element of the Ethiopian food cuisine. But also Ethiopian coffees can also enjoy the same degree of success. Ethiopian breakfast could join the same degree of success. So if you're an entrepreneur, if you have the idea, if you have the sense of self-worth, and you believe in yourself, because that belief is necessary to travel through the complex set of issues that you have to navigate to get to a success, to what is considered a success. That belief is necessary. It's a necessary instrument. It's not money that's the instrument. The belief, the worthiness. So I would say that. I would say that to that questions. Hopefully, I've answered to some extent, not all of it, but to some extent. I know it's a cop-out answer, but it is the correct answer, I think, for the question. Why they don't do it is because they don't believe they're good enough, which I think is nonsense. I don't agree. You should fall for that. You should believe. Actually, you have everything to believe in yourself, like anybody out there who believes in themselves and builds something. My closing statement here will be like the one point I wanted to mention, but I didn't mention it another time, is like we Africans have to operate with meager resources. Resources, not just in material resources in experience, resources in abilities, resources in expertise to deal with the world that is much more resourced and much more dynamically empowered to put you down. I mean, you don't have nuclear weapons. We don't have massive industries. We don't have wealth the way the world defines wealth, material wealth. But we have to operate with little that we have. So the example of Ethiopia I can give you is that Ethiopia is carrying out all these things under the budget of 11 or 12 billion dollars. $11 billion. That is a budget to cover educations, to cover our security, to cover our every possible need that you can have. The building of the dam, the construction of infrastructure, and the securing of the nation. I use this example a lot. People who are here frequently, they would say, "Oh, Zara, you're repeating yourself." I will repeat myself again. Netherlands has $12 billion just to do just the defense alone. Just the defense alone. Sweden has $9 billion just to do their education alone. And these are tiny countries. Yes, of course, they have resources right now to be able to do it, right? That's why they are in a position like that. And then, yes, but if you look at their history, they have always committed the biggest amount of effort at those things that they've sought to do. But the system of the world serves them, favors them. You know, there's something a deal to be made. The Dutch are ahead of Ethiopians, you know, in the world. So those things are there. Those are the prevailing conditions. But just the reason I give them as an example is to give you a context of how difficult it is to run in African countries. Small countries, big countries, we have to struggle with we have to accomplish great things with very little. So what Ethiopia has done over the past few months and over the past couple of years, over the past 3 years, is how do you find a way to achieve big stuff on a shoestring budget? A shoestring budget is giving you too much. It's on almost nothing. How do you achieve the aspiration of your people? We're not talking about how do you overcome the problems. That is an easier task. Achieving the aspiration is even a harder task. Problems are like the consequence of tribalism. Aspiration is more like how do you create unity? So the higher order, the higher level of this, how do you achieve those high ideals of your nations on almost an impossible amount of resources? Hence, you have to deploy all non-money related powers that you have. You have to tap into culture of, history, the history of your country, the history of struggles that you've had. Tap into that. That's resource right there. You have to deploy people's sensibility for unity, for love, and for compassion. That's not that cannot be monetized, but you can tap into it. You have to deploy the hearts and minds to resolving your crisis as much as you deploy your budgets. Your budget might be tiny, but make that tiny budget count for more. And how do you do it? Be very strategic, be very tactical, be very thoughtful. There are values and experiences and ideas and ways of doing things that exist in many of these African countries. We need to begin to tap into those, because we're not going to be, we cannot wait until we get our economy in order, which might not happen the next 100 years. If the trend continues the way it is, we can't wait for 100 years. We have to accelerate them. So these things, I call them catalyzing instruments. Use catalyzing agents. These are catalyzing agents. That means tap into hearts and minds of people. And the hearts and minds of people, you go there, every time you go there, you find out what they want is better things for themselves and their family and their community. Better education, better healthcare, better security. That is what they are aspiring for. Tap into that. That is where you lean on. You lean onto that as hard as you can. And use that sensibility and those senses those feelings, those sensibilities, to power the things that you do, to power your policy statement, to power your projection of power to the world. So Africa cannot project material stuff to the world, but it can project a lot of other things. And those things they require somebody looking at them, appreciating them, respecting them. Africans are faithful people. They love their faith. Let's tap into that. Let's make it centerpiece of our mode of operation, the way we operate. Our MO. They call it our MO. So we need to be in that space, and that is what's called making your tiniest amount of material resource go the distance. You can make it go to Pluto and come back if you tap it the right way. That's the thing that I want to say as a closing remark. Thank you. I think Isra stepped out for a bit.
I think he went to get some food.
Yeah, Biggie, take over.
Well, thank you, Isra. Really, you put all your point, Brooke. I'm so happy that you are here too, making sure that we get. I just want to add a little bit of the Ethiopian very entrepreneur on this question from the only. For your information, there are coffee experiences. I live in the DC area, so the DMV is very diverse when it comes to the coffee ceremony. We introduce as many people that we can, because they have a special day, like on a Sunday, on a Saturday. Different restaurants offers the Ethiopian coffee experience. But again, it's I think from having that whole 9-yard experience, it takes some times. And as you know, this is a rush country. They just want to grab the coffee and they just walk away. But as they learn, how to really enjoy a conversation, true good conversation, which I have a very great experience with in my previous experiences with different directors and VP superiors and all those, we sat down and had some great conversation, and they were so surprised. They said, "Oh, there's a second one, there's a third one. Oh my Lord," and they were, this coffee was keep coming without, I just gave them the first layer of understanding how a coffee ceremony is, but I didn't tell them that there's a first and second and third. And they were so surprised why, so we can have this great conversation. So sometimes also when you do the Ethiopian experience, when it comes to really making the coffees, again, there's a logistics issue. Most of the shop might be small, and at the same time, we got fire detectors, and that goes off. And I've seen it at a couple of restaurants where we all got up and start waving to get make sure that we cleared the smoke. It was a great experience because everybody was collaborating to put the smoke out. But again, there's such thing because you need a place and the audience that wants to do so, and those that are all the foreigners that comes to Ethiopian restaurant, and they always learn, hey, there's a coffee ceremony that's going on Sunday, coming Sunday. Other than that, it didn't pick up the way it's supposed to pick up, or it didn't promote. Most of them promote Ethiopian coffee because it's really the Ethiopian green coffee that they serve, because otherwise, it wouldn't make the authenticity of the coffee. That's what I would say on this.
Biggie. The thing is, the point I wanted to make is that these are what entrepreneurs need to resolve. What is the job of an entrepreneur is to resolve all these kinks, all these elements, because anybody that's out there, any business that's out there that's succeeding, they have not succeeded without resolving all these different components of, compliance is part of it, fire code is another part of it, health code is part of it. There's a whole suite of things that you do in the Western world, but it's not all that. There's so many ways you can. So with that, and the job of an entrepreneur, is to figure that out. If you're worthy of it, you figure all of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm not, it's just I'm saying what are out there as
Yes,
a problem
exactly.
that I see.
Yes.
You know, and those that serves it, you know, some of them are just I don't know if they're doing with the code or not. Disconnect the the alarm system to begin with. You know, we're gonna make a coffee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, we've done it. You know, in my house, you know, the first thing if my wife is gonna be making coffee, you know, this alarm, which is still going because from the earlier coffee, it's still going beeping on me. But we put a cover on it. I just put a plastic bag over it until we finish doing the coffee. So it has a way to do it, and at the same time, it's for limited time that you use the roasting part of it. So there's other ways to do it. Yeah, you're right. You know, it should have been more promoted, and entrepreneurs. I encourage all the entrepreneurs to solve
For all I know,
these
your
issues.
business could be like similar to Starbucks, but the spirit of that experience is embodies the experience. So that's sometimes the way to resolve problems like this. It's not about like exactly being. I can hear the beep in the back. So the way to resolve it sometimes is not just mimicking exactly how coffee is organized in Ethiopia. That's a different game by itself. But sometimes is owning the experience of for somebody coming in, and I want people coming in seeing the smile of Ethiopians as they come to pick up the coffee, not the frown of the frown I experience in Starbucks. You know, I want that to me like even that is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking just exactly word for word, letter for letter, and take the. But I think you could. There's just so many things you could do. When I talk about the Tomoka thing, Tomoka is not. It's an Italian coffee experience, actually, but it is done by Ethiopian, owned by Ethiopia. So similar to that, you know, even that is part of the entrepreneurial approach that you could do. So you could design it. So the food you experience there, the drink.
Ezra, I think he dropped. I think Ezra dropped. Something like both Ezra dropped. So anyway, we're going to carry on the conversation. Brooke, you still there? Hello? Who else is there? Can anybody hear me? Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I thought that was me that was disconnected now. So I'm glad. Ezra, you back? I think Ezra. Who else is on online? I'm sorry. I hear Brooke, and there's another one. Thank you, the only. I know you can hear me. Thank you so much. Well, I guess waiting on Pastor Ezra, and if anything that you want to add on, Brooke.
No, just I was just trying to change my looking for a battery for my mouse. So, but yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for tonight. It's been a great show. It's been a learning experience, and I know we have so much to talk about, and we have so much that we need to speak about with regards to this topic. And it'll be nice to have more questions and get you guys on the panel, get some other guys who can come and even answer more questions, because I think tonight we just touched on a lot of things, but we just touched on the very very basic. But I can't wait for us to have another serious show, and have everyone here have a lot of questions, and have people who know about a lot of things that are happening in the country, the industries, the dam, how far it is, the project with the Renaissance Dam, all those things. We're gonna go deeper and get more info on with regards to those projects. So, but for me tonight, uh, from my side is shalom. I know we're gonna be praying, gonna be closing. Is there something that I'm leaving out, Biggie?
No, you're right on it. And yes, we should have more conversation like these. One thing that I would say in my conclusion is that we need to be patient, and the youngs, you always have to look into the entrepreneurship. If you need any help, I think this is a few things we need to get the youth busy and engaged. Okay. And the more I say that, one of the things is be patient, like Mika said. We need to support our leaders. You elected them or not elected them, it doesn't matter. They're leading, and if we support them by our voice, by our comment, where they can change, give them a positive vibe instead of always tearing them down, because it's a morale issue. The stronger you make your leadership and is listening to your needs, it will be a stronger nation. And that stronger nation also will be the Pan-African that's going to carry over for the rest of Africa. So each nation supporting your leadership, even if you don't like them, support them on good thing that they do, and anything that they have not done, put it up front. And the one that they are undercutting everybody, then you just put your revolt to it. Just make sure that that also has been passed. If it is not somebody from Ghana, it can be somebody from Tanzania or Ethiopians. Just the way we said no for what's going on in Mali, we're all together in it. So that gives us a unity. And again, I really thank you, everybody. Please keep subscribing. Yesterday, I gave you a challenge that each subscriber, we had 198 now, 198, 9688, and bring one subscriber. That's your challenge. And I saw yesterday, I think it was like overnight yesterday to this morning was like 54. From 88 it was 954. So we got about 54 people that joined. So keep up the good job, and keep supporting one another. Let's get to know one another. This is another thing that I want to promote. Let's get to know one another. The more we know one another, and our goal can be achievable. We can use our own potential in-house and go in the right direction. You guys are the working family. So you're not here for nothing. I see serious conversation, serious passion. So I encourage all of you that joins again. I appreciate each other. I think it's number one thing that we need to do, appreciating each other to be on this conversation. That helps our Africa. Thank you very much. May Xavier be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Biggie. Thank you very much, Brooke and the brain. I'm gonna pray, and some people are saying some things, but I'd rather not even say them. But
I have a message for Mika.
Okay.
Okay, so please tell him every time he sees Agents of Change, he's addressing me as a brother. Yes. Oh, my brother, Agents of Change, thank you. I'm like, I am not a brother, but I can be. I mean, nowadays you can be anything, but
No, your name, Brooke.
Yeah, Brooke.
It's because of your name. Yeah, you didn't say. You see, when you say Brooke, it's also a middle name. You forgot that, huh?
Yeah, I'm like,
We have
okay.
Brooke, guys. So
Brooke Tawit. Isn't
Brooke
it Brooke
Tawit.
Tawit on the, I think.
How
So
you read it, Israel? It says Brooke.
But
is it
it's
Brooke or Brooke Tawit?
I don't see the name
Brooke.
here. Brooktight is a female name, by the way.
I think
But
it's Brooke
sometimes
Tawit.
you can call your
Yeah,
daughter
he never called. He
Brooke as well.
never mentioned my name. He said, "Agents of Change, my brother. Thank you so much." I'm like, okay.
I think agent will really appreciate that. I think he will get that information because he's here.
I hope so.
He's always here. He's always
I
here.
hope so. So yeah.
So
every
actually,
time,
whenever he comment that, you
yeah.
have to reply to him immediately so
I
he can
did.
see it.
I mean, I did so many times. I actually fought him.
I think you got to buy him a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
You got to buy him a coffee.
Yeah. So
Or maybe throw
know,
lemon on him.
I'm gonna give the lemon to somebody else.
No,
So
he would understand when you throw the
he better
lemon.
behave now. He better behave.
No,
if
when
you
you
need
throw
the
the lemon
lemon.
on him, yeah, if you throw the lemon on him, he will understand you are the opposite.
Oh, wow. Oh yeah, definitely. That's one way to let him know.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
African agent, he heard it.
Okay.
We just got
Getting a
good
lot of
message.
ladies coming out right now, eh?
Oh,
Come to think
absolutely.
of it, Biggie.
Oh.
Look at even Tanzan, our analyzer, is a sister as well.
That's good.
Yes.
Tanzan.
Tanzan, I just want to make sure that my translation was okay today.
I'm also a sister. Oh, I feel you, sister.
It's killing me out there. It's just killing me.
Guys, now they're scaring us. We can't even mention. We want to be scared to say our sister or brother.
I think we should put some kind of sign after our name.
I think so.
Yeah.
The name can fool you. The name can fool you.
Hey, guys, I have to bounce and go leave you guys. I have to go make some bread. But nice chatting with you guys. Nice connecting with you always. Ezra, Biggie, holding the ground. Our sisters that we ask you to come and really be the vanguard of what we do and the leaders of what we do. We appreciate what you do. And yeah, so thank you so much, guys. Okay.
Thank you, Ezra, for everything you have said today. I've learned a lot, so thank you so much. We appreciate it.
It goes the same way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you
learned
so much.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Right. Oh wow. Yeah.
Translation 9 out of 10. So we're gonna improve. We're gonna improve more. Tanzania.
We should have Amharic host. I proposed you guys last time and you ignored me. This is what Amharic host, so that people, we could avoid this. I could be the Amharic host, so more Ethiopian people can come and speak in their own language instead of
welcome. You're welcome, because you know what? Sometimes I might not be here, and specifically when it comes to Deborah.
At least one day a week, just one day a week, we can make it only Ethiopian, I mean, whoever speak Amharic can participate and express their, ideas and opinions.
Somebody's going to sit down and translate that so all the rest of the audience knows what happened.
Yeah, just like 1 hour, 2 hours, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because I know so many people want to participate, but, and so many people follow us from Ethiopia, and they just don't, they don't have they don't speak the language, so it must be hard.
Okay.
So that
so
gives
what do you
an
think,
opportunity. an
Yeah,
opportunity for them to.
it will be great to have one of the ladies to come and co-host with us, and or even have a show, a slot where they can come talk about lady stuff, beauty, anything, even like a serious conversation. It'll be great since you're offering yourself. You're really volunteering yourself to come
Yeah,
up with
we could.
something. Let's
Yeah,
let's let's
I
see what
see
we can do,
people
Brooke.
struggling. I know there was a guy who used to participate in the panel from Ethiopia, Caleb. I don't see him anymore. You remember
Uh,
Caleb?
Yeah,
yeah, Caleb. I
Yeah,
remember
he.
Caleb. Yeah,
Yeah,
Caleb. I
yeah, he
remember
used to
Caleb.
come
Yeah.
and participate, but he was having hard time to explain himself in English. So those people, we're gonna lose them.
no,
So
we don't want to lose them.
yeah,
In fact,
so
we're going to
this
need to encourage them. You know,
this may
because
give
a
an
lot of people.
opportunity for Caleb, Deborah, and other people who wants to participate, but they cannot explain themselves in English. So if we have like at least 1 hour Amharic, and if somebody else volunteer in French, this is
Mhm.
how we expand it, so that
Yep.
we can, we don't lose everybody. Like
Well,
it's gonna be.
if you look at in the translation for French, I'm here, so it
Oh,
won't be
okay.
a
I
problem.
heard you, I think, yesterday.
Yeah,
A little bit.
and
Was Yusuf? Yusuf?
Yusuf, yeah,
Yeah.
and Amarinya is okay, and Joseph, Josie, I didn't see him. I thought I saw him earlier, but that was not him. Josie is also can translate Oromia because we got Oromo speaking like
Yeah.
Deborah. Deborah Amarinya is her second language. She speaks Oromo fluent, and at one
Yeah.
point Josie took over to translate that too. So
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
The
it
language
will
there
be
might,
inclusive.
yeah, and it would be very interesting
Mm-hmm.
on to put it on this One Africa platform, and we really understand there's a language barrier, and I wish there's a translator that's going to be put in. It's in the making anyway. We got translation machine now. Electronics. It's just how fast you're going to be talking and expressing, and for it to catch up and translate. I don't know how we can put it on this podium. I think I'm going to talk to some of the software guys that we have. In fact, I'm going to ask Ridge and his team if we can get some kind of translation
That would be nice.
electronics, and that it will be a short version because you cannot have the whole emotion, but we can still add for those that feel the emotion part of it or the passion part of it, add on to it. But at
Mm-hmm.
least you will have the direct translation to it.
That's true.
It's in the work. I mean, believe me, when it comes to language, really, when they come to electronics, they're improving by the leaps. They're improving. They're coming better and better and better. In fact,
I
UN,
just
most of
don't.
it is
I don't
translated
trust
by electronics.
Google Translator because I speak Italian, and one day I tried to translate English to Italian, and I was like, oh my god, it was crazy. Like it didn't
It's,
translate it very well because I do speak Italian. I write, I read. So I'm like,
right.
let me test this Google translation, and I write in English, and I when I read the Italian version, I was like, oh my god, is this it's totally different. It doesn't
Yeah.
really do good. I mean,
Uh,
good.
some of the annotation, some of the wording that you're going to put in, not yet.
Yeah.
There are some, the UN, EU, and all that. There are some serious translating machines out there. It's just
Mm-hmm.
not, not available to the public because
Yeah.
it translates it, and I believe a lot of the. I don't know if you notice when they talk, you don't hear this really strong passion and everything else because they won't translate it.
Yeah, like it's
So
just
all the leaders
translated
have to
straight.
really read it, and sometimes it's pre-submitted. There's a lot
Yeah.
of things that go behind the scene. But for us, we can have some kind of easy way to have people that can translate. Because one thing, when you speak language, okay, when you become multilingual, linguistic, you have to be able to train yourself to not, for example, if you speak to me in French, I completely change to be a French. I don't have to use Amharic to my inner translation. I don't need to translate it.
Same thing happened with
Uh,
me when I speak Italian. It's just
right.
something changed inside you, like
Now, when you
completely.
have another foreign language that comes to translate it to another form, now you will have, to really be in sync with the person that's talking. And
That's
in
true.
the case of Deborah, she's so passionate, and I can see it. And I'm human,
Yeah,
she just takes you over.
absolutely.
She's an amazing, amazing lady that we have in this panel.
Yeah,
I see even I see the commentators reacting to it. Those who listen to Amarinya, and sometimes even when I translate it, people still comment and they praise her. So
yeah. I
uh,
really understand her. Like I hear her passion. I know what she's saying.
mhm.
Yeah, but she was just
And she's
having.
not complicated.
No,
She's not
absolutely not.
complicated.
No,
She
absolutely.
she's was very simple words, but
Mm-hmm.
those simple words are very poignant for the one that
Yeah,
listens and try to translate that. It's just,
that's true.
sometimes people, I think they start understanding the way, even though they don't understand the language, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
people feel her passion. She throws some
Absolutely.
words, and the way she pose, the way she wants to say the next sentence, you can feel it.
I'm
So
actually studying Swahili now. Can you believe that? Because of this
nice.
channel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Ezra, you're gonna have to tell him a couple words then.
Habari.
Habari.
Does he speak Swahili? I don't think so. Does he?
I think he does.
Oh, okay.
I think he does.
Yeah. And I was just it's interesting, if you go to Africa, so many countries speak Swahili, so it will be easier for you to communicate.
We have
So
an agent. We have agent for change. Are you still there?
I am. That's me.
Oh, you got two of them?
Can you believe that? I don't know what happened. You lost me earlier, and I think when I signed up, I, I don't know how, but it's two of me. I'm taking over.
I see that. I'm glad he's
That's
not
me.
using
Okay,
both
no,
sides.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
Yeah,
That's
I
okay.
just
Because
Yeah.
I see,
I also didn't
I'm
notice.
looking at four. I said, did we forget somebody in there?
No, that's me. I don't know how that happened, but I was having
And
hard
it's,
time to connect earlier.
yeah, and it's dumb of me too,
Yeah.
knowing the agent. I just read it. You know what I mean? I just got close to the computer, just
Yeah.
agent, and I'm like, what?
African Agents
That's
of
sure enough.
Change.
That was you. There you go, my
Yeah.
translation.
That's my channel's name.
Yeah, this is your translation example right there. I just read it. I read it, but I didn't put it that it was you. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's me. That's the problem I'm having with Mika.
You keep throwing them on the side.
Yeah, my brother, Agents of Change, thank you so much. I'm like, I'm a sister.
Ezra, we're just gonna have put every time on the top here on the comments, support Africa media. We're gonna put, make sure Brooke is a female. So you gotta say Brooke equals sister.
Yeah. Hey.
And I keep writing under. I'm like, I'm a sister, and nobody respond to me. So and
So
what
because you're putting on what's up.
I think I'm I don't even know my name on WhatsApp. I think it's Brooke only.
Yeah, that's it. But for me, the only Brooke that I know so far is you on this platform.
Yeah, I think I'm the one and only.
And one and only.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only two.
I never
The
saw
only
any
knows.
Brooke yet. Yeah. So
We'll let you pray, Pastor Ezra. This is past your bedtime. Oh my God, I'm about to say good morning.
where do you live in Maryland?
I live in Virginia.
Virginia. Okay, you're 3 hours ahead of us.
Where are you?
I'm in Vegas.
You're in Vegas. Oh,
The Sin
you're
City.
the gambler in there.
Oh no, I'm not.
We got the
I try to
gambler
stay
over
away as much as I can.
there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, I used to live there for.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and then Anderson.
Oh, Henderson. That's my favorite
Henderson.
place, actually. On the west side.
Yeah, and I used to live there, and I mean, when you live in there, once you start making bread, it's totally different.
Oh, absolutely. You don't really engage on whatever is going
On the
on
game.
there. Yeah, you just work and go home, and it feels the same. Like I used to live in Maryland for a long time.
Wow, that's a from a green scenery to really desert
I know.
scenery.
Can you believe that? I lived in Maryland since 2007 to 16.
Wow.
Yeah, long time.
And you still can handle that heat.
Oh yeah, it's hot here, but it's better than the snow, though.
No, I like the
You
full
guys
season.
had
You know
a
what
really
I mean?
bad snow, right?
Yeah, it was okay at the end. The funny thing in DC area, the snow converted to rain, and it started washing up. We got some ice issue later on because of temperature drops.
I dealt with 32 inch of snow the last time I left Maryland.
What year was it? 96?
It was 2016, I think. 15, 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the last
we had a big dump.
Yeah.
That was bad.
That was bad. Really
Well,
bad.
it happened once in a while. Yeah, it happens once in a while.
I think they said every 5 years.
Right.
Yeah.
But this year it was significant, but the rain kind of washed it off.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my daughter.
Brother Isra.
I have a message for Isra from my daughter.
For who?
She's from my daughter.
Okay.
For you guys. So she's like, these people are on the TV, on your phone, that they have to pay rent. She said that. So what do you guys think?
Guess what? That's difficult.
They're everywhere in the house, she said.
Everybody.
They're on your phone, they're on the TV, everywhere you go, they're there. So all day. I'm like, they should pay rent.
You must tell her to subscribe. You must tell her to subscribe.
Sometimes she's the one who reminds me. She's like, "Oh, Swahili Nation is live, mommy." I'm like, "Okay, you can." She's 13. 13 years old.
Awesome. Hey,
so,
you gotta understand what's going on.
Oh yeah, trust me, I teach her a lot.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Unless she's smart, she said, we gotta pay rent.
Yes. They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Adorable.
Yeah.
That's adorable. We gotta tell Mika about it.
Think about
it. We gotta pay some rent. We gotta pay rent.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I mean, this is the funniest. I mean, hey, Swahili Nation, we got a comedian on the rise. He's probably gonna be doing a reaction. I want to ask Mika to do some reaction on this comment. She's awesome.
Yeah.
Mine didn't tell me anything like it, but I think they listen, and they kind of understand the movement.
Yeah.
I keep telling them to get engaged, to engage. So they kind of, there's schools and stuff like that, but I want to get them engaged. But at least
I
your daughter is
think
already engaged. She knows that we are on everywhere, to phone, TV, and all that. She's engaged, all right.
yeah, I tell her why we're doing this, because as a black woman, she get picked on at school because of her hair, her skin. She was going through the stuff, so
Wow.
she kept asking, why is this going on? And I told her, this is why we're fighting, and she knows a lot,
You
definitely.
know what, Brooke?
Yeah.
Let me. I think let's close the
Okay.
the stream now. I'll see what I can do. Maybe we can come back after like 10 minutes or so. Because we
Okay.
just wanted to wrap up for this show. Because I see
Okay.
someone was already asking, is the show over? Are you guys out of topic? So let's close this one, because this is more specific to do with Ethiopia. And then we can maybe, since it's a weekend, maybe we'll come back and just have a light conversation, talk about family, kids, and school, whatever that you guys want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you game. I know it's still late afternoon. I think it's around what 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. where you are.
Right.
It's 3
No,
here.
6 o'clock my time. So
Yeah,
she's
it's
3
3
hours.
o'clock.
It's
It's
almost
7 at
1 a.m. from my side. But let's close this stream, and then let's see if we can start another stream, maybe just for an hour or so, where we can
Okay.
just sit and talk, and and no one
That's when
can
Tanaja
say
joined.
we are out of topic and whatnot.
Tanaja's gonna join. Muntatezi got Ridge.
Yeah, I see everyone is here. They're like, yeah, we are here. We're here. Muntatezi, we're gonna start your show, the midnight show with Ezra and Muntatezi. It's starting
Muntatezi,
very
late
soon.
night.
The midnight show is starting very soon here in Africa. So we just gonna pray, and then hopefully we can start the other stream just for that.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry about that.
Yeah, we lost you.
Okay, yeah, we can pray. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that we've had. Thank you that we've had a good time with our fellow brothers and sisters. We pray as we are going in different places, doing different things. I pray that everyone will come back safe, and whatever they do, may it succeed in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much,
Amen.
Ezra. Thank you,
And
Mutai.
God bless Ethiopia.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you, brother.
you said 20 minutes, right? So everybody,
Yeah, probably maybe 10-15 minutes. We should go live, but I just want to clear it out with His Excellency quickly, and then yeah.
Yeah, and see, the only is there. Matapia is there. Is Friday night late show for.
Let's have
us,
some
and,
wine.
And some
Yeah.
Saturdays.
Yeah, you guys can come in. Maybe show some people can even show their faces. You can come with their coffee. You can have a coffee talk, wine,
Absolutely.
water, tea, everything. We can all have our glasses, our cups, and
There you
join the midnight stream.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
All
We're
right.
gonna have some music later on.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, music, eh?
There you go. It's the late night show.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
See you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Yeah, Jonathan is making some cocktail. You gotta take a picture and post it. See the cocktails.
Yeah. Jonathan, we want to see those cocktails soon.
Yeah.
Friday cocktails.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Have fun, guys. I'll see you later on.
All right.
The next
Bye-bye.
show. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Israel. Bye-bye.